avez la copie.
Regardons déjà si le...
Please be seated, dear colleagues. We will start. Ils sont quand même... Please be seated. Thank you. The sitting is open. Can I remind all members that it is a legal requirement for everyone to wear a mask even when taking the floor, and to have the mask over the nose because it sometimes slips down. And I see we are controlled from the governmental side, so don't embarrass. I don't see someone. I see someone without a mask. Mask, please. Otherwise, I will send the police, or worse, the ambassador. Voilà. Everyone's got its mask? Okay. Dear colleagues, the next item on the agenda is the continuation of the debate on the progress report of the Bureau and Standing Committee, the document 15318, as you know. I remind again members that speaking time in this debate will be limited to 3 minutes sharp. We have to conclude our debate at 4:30. Maybe we might run a little bit of overtime, given that the minister is arriving at 4:10 at the airport, so I don't know at which speed he will be flying over here. But we will continue until we get notice that the minister is arriving, and then we will conclude with the rapporteur. On my speakers list, I have first Mr. Busatti, who will be followed by Andreas Nick. Mr. Busatti, you have the floor. 3 minutes.
Okay, mask on. Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, as you are aware, on the 25th of April 2021, the Parliament held elections in Albania. More than 3,000 people were accredited by the CEC from different international and domestic organizations, contributing to a broader coverage of observing the parliamentary elections in Albania. I would like to thank all the colleagues who spoke before me, all the rapporteurs, and especially the head of the delegation, Mr. Alexander Potier. We welcome the findings in the joint preliminary report, and we are grateful for the professional and detailed manner in which the joint observation mission conducted its work. We are particularly pleased with the overall conclusion of the joint observer mission that the voting was calm and secured, and the legal framework in Albania ensured the respect for fundamental freedoms, and it is an adequate basis for democratic elections. It concluded also that the reformed Central Election Commission oversaw the election process in an organized and transparent manner, including the successful implementation of new technologies, such as the electronic identification and of the electronic voting in a pilot constituency, while contributing in strengthening trust in the election process. These parliamentary elections were also a good test for the electoral reform that was carried out last year, the reform undertaken and based on a political agreement among main political parties aimed at making the electoral process more transparent and democratic. The campaigning phase, the voting, and the counting process were carried out in an orderly manner, making them the best elections ever held in the post-transition period. The Albanian government met its commitments in holding peaceful, equal, free, and fair elections in accordance with advanced international standards and domestic electoral legislation. The counting process was fast, the final result delivered within itself in a new achievement. The contest from the political forces will be addressed with the respective institutions. Measures to make it mandatory for the political parties the application of gender representation for no less than 1/3 of the candidates list are a case in point. The new parliament of 140 seats will be constituted in September this year, is expected to have 47 women MPs, or 34% of them. Albania considers free and fair election as a pillar of democracy, and we remain particularly attentive in guaranteeing that this right is exercised in full and without hindrance by all segments of society. A healthy and firm democracy can only be built when people are free to choose their own government and political representative. On behalf of the Albanian Parliament, I would like to express once more the appreciation to PES, Venice Commission, OSCE, for the valuable assistance provided for the improvement of the electoral process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Andreas Nick, who will be followed by Edmond Maroukian. Andreas, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, gestatten Sie mir, dass ich diese Gelegenheit nutze, lieber Rick Dahms, noch einmal ganz herzlich Danke zu sagen für den Besuch in meinem Wahlkreis, in meiner Heimat in der vergangenen Woche. Es war eine große Ehre, den Präsidenten der Parlamentarischen Versammlung bei uns begrüßen zu können. Du hast die Glocke entgegengenommen und wieder mit nach Straßburg gebracht, die dort seit 70 Jahren aufbewahrt wurde, die Paul-Henri Spaak anlässlich der Eröffnung des Europahauses in Marienberg 1951 als Geschenk dort hinterlassen hatte. Und es ist, glaube ich, ein würdiger Anlass gewesen. Herzlichen Dank auch an Gerhard Krempel, der dieses Geschenk wieder nach Straßburg zurückgegeben hat, damit es hier auch die historische Erinnerung wachhält, auch die historische Erinnerung daran, dass die Idee des vereinten Europas in seinem Aufbruch eine Jugendbewegung, eine Bürgerbewegung war. Und diesen Geist, diese Dynamik wollen wir auch wieder in die Gegenwart und in die Zukunft hineintragen. Es war eine Begegnung, 70 Jahre Europahaus Marienberg, 70 Jahre deutsche Mitgliedschaft im Europarat. Ich danke auch der Ständigen Vertretung der Bundesrepublik, die die Ausstellung zu 70 Jahre deutsche Mitgliedschaft aus diesem Anlass auch dort fürs Europahaus zur Verfügung gestellt hat. Damit bin ich bei dem Vorsitz im Ministerkomitee, den Deutschland aus diesem Anlass ausgeübt hat. Ich darf allen Beteiligten, insbesondere auch unserem scheidenden Botschafter Rolf Maffael hier vor Ort, sehr herzlich danken für die Arbeit, die auch unter den schwierigen Bedingungen der Pandemie geleistet worden ist. Nicht alles, was im Kulturprogramm vorgesehen war, konnte stattfinden, aber ich glaube, die politischen Schwerpunkte, sowohl was die Fragen von der Regulierung von künstlicher Intelligenz, der Bekämpfung von Hate Speech im Internet angeht, die Stärkung der Arbeit mit Minderheiten, etwa den Roma, aber auch des Dialogs mit der Jugend ist gelungen. Wir konnten ein Stück weit den Beitritt der Europäischen Union zur Menschenrechtskonvention vorantreiben. Und insbesondere haben wir einen Schwerpunkt gelegt auf die Stärkung des Europäischen Gerichtshofs für Menschenrechte, auf die Einhaltung und Umsetzung seiner Urteile. Das ist der Kern des Schutzmechanismus für Menschenrechte, den wir im Europarat und mit der Menschenrechtskonvention auf den Weg gebracht haben. Und diese Arbeit muss auch in dieser Konsequenz weiter fortgesetzt werden. Lassen Sie mich eine Bemerkung machen zum Menschenrechtsgerichtshof und zu der Arbeit des Richterwahlausschusses. Ich glaube, wir haben ein gemeinsames Interesse daran, keine Situationen herbeizuführen, die es jemandem ermöglichen können, die Legitimität des Menschenrechtsgerichtshofes aus formalen Gründen in Zweifel zu tun. Deshalb ist es gut und richtig, dass wir im Auswahlverfahren auf die Einhaltung der Standards achten, dass wir auf die Qualität der Kandidaten achten. Aber es ist für diese Akzeptanz und Legitimität auch wichtig, dass jedes Land in dieser Versammlung im Richterwahlausschuss gleichermaßen behandelt wird. Niemand soll besser behandelt werden, aber niemand auch schlechter. Deshalb ist es gut, dass der Ausschuss in dieser Woche noch einmal zusammentritt und über das weitere Verfahren zur Russischen Föderation berät. Herzlichen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Thank you, Andreas. We normally go to Edmond Maroukian. He is not connected nor asking. He is connected, not asking the floor. So Edmond, if you could ask for the floor. Voila, here we go. You have the floor, if it works. Voila.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I would like to draw your attention on the fact that after the ceasefire statement of November 9, Azerbaijani authorities haven't yet released the Armenian prisoners of war, including civilians. Today, 13 Armenian POWs have trials in Azerbaijan, so there are false criminal proceedings against the Armenian POWs in Azerbaijan, which violates the international humanitarian law. President Aliyev states that he will not release our POWs unless he receives the mind maps. Thus, he politicizes a pure humanitarian issue and makes clear that the Armenian POWs are hostages in Azerbaijan. We have also received information about several Armenian POWs, including women, tortured to death in the Azerbaijani prisons. As you may already know, on May 12, 2021, Azerbaijani armed forces illegally crossed the state border of the Republic of Armenia and advanced as far as 3.5 kilometers in that section. Such kind of illegal advancement is aimed at surrounding and sieging the Black Lake in the Syunik region of Armenia. The illegal presence of the Azerbaijani military forces in the territory surrounding the Black Lake is unacceptable to the Republic of Armenia and grossly violates the UN Charter. Such a consistent and deliberate violations of the trilateral statement by Azerbaijan seriously undermine the full implementation of the statement and poses new challenges for regional security and peace. Thus, we call our European colleagues to unequivocally and clearly address Azerbaijan's actions, particularly impose sanctions against Azerbaijani military and political dictatorship, make joint efforts with us to complete immediately the exchange of POWs and other detained persons without any preconditions and artificial obstacles such as the fabricated criminal proceedings, as well as to reaffirm its commitment to the territorial integrity of the Republic of Armenia, urging Azerbaijani military authorities to immediately withdraw its troops. Thank you, dear colleagues, and let's not be silent and push Azerbaijan to implement its own obligations towards European society and Council of Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Edmond. We will move now to Madam Nigar Al-Padarai, who will be followed by George Fox. In the room, Nigar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, before going back to my speech, I would like to refer to the speech of our Armenian Member of Parliament, Mrs. Harapetyan, who spoken about the brief conversation between Mr. Aliyev and Mrs. Erdogan. I would like to say that this is completely unacceptable because what she said is completely taken out of the context and distorted. This rhetoric is unacceptable and it's not in line with the code of conduct expected from members of Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. We are here parliamentarians and we speak the language of respect and law, not hate speech and insult. Now going back to my speech, dear colleagues, yesterday on 20th of June, the world has been marking the World Refugee Day. As a representative of a country which has one of the largest population to refugee ratio in the whole Council of Europe space, technically in whole of Europe, I want to remind you that around 1 million Azerbaijanis were ethnically cleansed from their homes in western Azerbaijan and became refugees and IDPs in early 90s. Today, even despite the fact that occupying Armenian army was made to leave Azerbaijan, the problem of Azerbaijani IDPs is far from being over. Most of the refugees still cannot get back because their territories are unlivable and dangerous. Towns and villages are grazed to the ground, and most of the territory is planted with hundreds of thousands of landmines. This calls for immediate and urgent action from the Council of Europe. Dear colleagues, on June 4th, a landmine explosion in Azerbaijan's Kalbajar region has killed 2 well-known Azerbaijani journalists and an official. We've been calling Armenia's leadership to provide Azerbaijan with landmine maps from every possible platform, including this distinguished organization, but no result. On 12th of June, Armenia handed over maps of 97,000 mines in Agdam region. Dear colleagues, just imagine 97,000 mines only in one Agdam region. And acting Prime Minister Pashinyan has proudly stated that this was a small portion of landmine maps. These minefields are a terrorist weapon, and Mr. Pashinyan's admission is a crime evidence, and I'm extremely surprised by total lack of reaction in Council of Europe about it. Dear colleagues, Azerbaijan has openly declared its readiness to sign peace treaty with Armenia. Of course, the treaty presupposes the recognition of the territorial integrity of both countries, and we are ready to do this. We are ready to openly recognize the territorial integrity of Armenia, and of course, Armenia in its turn must recognize the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan. I must state with remorse that despite the fact that this statement from Azerbaijani side has been widely broadcasted internationally, no reaction from Armenian side yet. Because the reason is simple. Armenia's political establishment continues to have territorial claims to Azerbaijan and is not ready to get over it. I call on Council of Europe to ask Armenia very openly and clearly, is it ready to recognize Azerbaijan's territorial integrity as an obvious step towards lasting peace.
Thank you, Nigar. We now go to George Fox, who will be followed by Alexander Nikoloski. George is online. George, you have the floor.
Tini Cox said the Parliamentary Assembly is returning to normal from the recovering from COVID. Sadly, the British delegation isn't able to attend in person. And can I first ask you, Mr. President, if you would write again, as you've done before, to our Speaker and indeed to our Lord Speaker, supporting the excellent letter that our delegation leader, John Howells, has put to them, asking for us to be able to attend and pointing out that we do have the same kind of diplomatic immunity that members of the European Parliament have. And I think that would enable us to participate fully with you in Strasbourg. But the main point I want to raise is in relation to Belarus. Can I welcome very, very much the fact that we're going to have a debate, a current affairs debate on Belarus, because the situation has worsened tremendously, as we saw with the unbelievable, unprecedented state hijacking of an aeroplane, which is really an enormous situation, a disgraceful situation that any country should undertake. But I want particularly also to mention the political prisoners. When I last spoke at the Parliamentary Assembly, I said that I had participated in the scheme for adopting prisoners, and I've adopted a young man, Stepan Latipov, who has been improperly arrested. And since then, he's attempted suicide because his family was threatened if he didn't give a confession. And another prisoner has died in custody in the same prison. A teenager there jumped to his death. The situation is really appalling, and we need to intensify our protest here at the Parliamentary Assembly and in national parliaments. But above all, we need to extend, to intensify, to widen the adoption of prisoners. They are there lonely, under pressure, under threat, and they need to know they are not forgotten. And if we extend this arrangement for adoption, if we contact them, we write to them, we get messages to them, they will know they are not forgotten. And then hopefully we will start to move Belarus towards some form of reasonable situation and democracy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, George. Obviously, I will do whatever is within my might to get you colleagues down here. But as I understand, my efforts are not enough, and there are some specific rules from your side who are not exactly ideal for you to head out. So take a plane or a train. Come on, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
I'll do my best.
Thank you, George. We will now move to Alexander Nikoloski, who will be followed by Andrei Hunko, both of them in the room. Alexander, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. I will speak mainly about the report regarding the recent parliamentary elections in Bulgaria. I think in general the report is good. It is specifying most of the shortcomings in the elections and as well misconduct and wrongdoings, such as the, I quote, long-standing problems such as allegation of voter buying, controlled voting, and voter intimidation, attempted particularly among economically and socially vulnerable categories. As well, the report says that the elections were marked by public disillusionment and mistrust in the political establishment and held in the wake of prolonged street protests, which include requests to early parliamentary elections and for the resignation of the Prosecutor General. As well, the report says that the protests took place from July to October 2020 and led to the resignation of 5 ministers, and that they were fueled by allegations for corruption, lack of rule of law, erosion of the democracy. As well, the report says that many Assembly delegation interlocutors during the pre-electoral missions underlined the corruption and the independence of judiciary, which is recognized in the Corruption Perception Index by Transparency International for 2020, which is marking Bulgaria lowest country in the European Union, 69th in the world. In the same time, the overall report is not that strong as these words are used here, and I think that the overall report should, and the overall conclusions should undertake and should include these findings by the observers. One thing that is as well mentioned is the hate speech, and one thing that we are witnessing about is that since the protest started in Bulgaria, that the hate speech rose, and as well second thing is attack against my country, against Macedonia and against Macedonians, because Bulgaria, for political reasons, and if you want for electoral reasons, is blocking opening of accession talks and first intergovernmental conference with Macedonia in the past 2 years, mainly for political reasons. And they continue to do that, violating basic human rights of Macedonians like self-identification, then nomination of our language, of our history, and of our heritage. And they are a step away of doing that again tomorrow on the General Affairs Council of the European Union, where most probably again they will block opening accession talks. I have only one thing to say to them, and that is that we know who we are Macedonians, we know which language we speak Macedonian language, we now know our heritage and our history, and nevertheless, what kind of decision they will make tomorrow, all Europe knows who we are and what we are, and they should face the shame of the consequences of the decision they are making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander. We now move to Andrei Hunko, who will be followed by Emanuelis Zingeris, both of them in the room. Andrei, you have the floor.
Okay, I have to use this. Okay, thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. Ich werde in Deutsch sprechen. Ich würde gerne ein paar Worte sagen zu der Wahl in Albanien. Wir waren ja als Delegation im April dort. Und ich denke, dass ein sehr guter Bericht ist, den Alexander Pocic hier vorgelegt hat. Und herzlichen Glückwunsch dafür. Und ich möchte aber zwei Sachen mal herausstreichen. Und zwar das eine Problem, was wir haben, nicht nur in Albanien, sondern auch in anderen Ländern, wo Teile der Bevölkerung sehr, sehr arm sind, ist das Problem des Stimmenkaufes. Das war ja auch bei dieser Wahl in Albanien ein großes Problem, hat sogar zu einem Todesfall geführt, als es Auseinandersetzungen dort gab. Und ich glaube, das ist sehr, sehr wichtig, dass wir das auch deutlich ansprechen. Weil je größer die Ungleichheit ist, je mehr viel Geld sozusagen investieren kann bei gleichzeitig bitterer Armut in Teilen der Bevölkerung, entsteht ein Problem für die Demokratie. Und das Zweite, was ich da ansprechen will, sind die unterschiedliche Anwendung der Corona-Maßnahmen. Das ist auch in dem Bericht aufgeführt. Ich habe einen Fall da sehr genau beobachtet, ein Bergarbeiter aus einer Region Dibra, der als unabhängiger Kandidat angetreten ist, hat wegen einer angeblichen Verletzung von Corona-Auflagen 5 Millionen Lek Strafe bekommen. Das ist mehr als das 100-fache eines Monatslohns, während ich gleichzeitig große Versammlungen der großen Parteien dort gesehen habe, wo sich an die Regeln nicht gehalten wurde und es da keine Strafe gibt. Und das ist nicht nur für diesen Fall verheerend, sondern jeder Missbrauch, politischer Missbrauch von Anti-Corona-Regeln zu politischen Zwecken ist sozusagen Wasser auf die Mühlen dessen, was Tini Cox heute Morgen auch genannt hat, der Virus, der sozusagen nach dem Covid-Virus kommt, der Virus zur Demokratie und Rechtsstaatlichkeit. Also jeder Missbrauch, jeder fälschliche Gebrauch dieser Regeln ist, glaube ich, sehr verheerend. Und deswegen finde ich es sehr gut, dass das hier auch erwähnt ist. Lassen Sie mich kurz zum Ende noch was sagen zur Konferenz Zukunft Europas, die die Europäische Union gegenwärtig organisiert. Wir haben es auch heute gehört, dass die Generalsekretärin des Europarates dort auch gesprochen hat. Das ist sehr gut. Ich finde auch, dass diese Versammlung dort auch ein Wort haben sollte, weil Europa ist halt auch größer als nur die Europäische Union und deswegen wäre es schön, wenn diese Versammlung auch dort mit beteiligt sein könnte. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank, André. We now move to Emmanuel Zingeris, who will be followed by Jean-Pierre Grain. I'm not sure that I see Emmanuelis. So he's connected. Okay. Emmanuelis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Danke, Herr Vorsitzender. Aber ich möchte mich von dieser meiner Vorrede enthalten und sagen, dass natürlich ich bin froh, wenn wir haben eine verbreitete Familie von europäischen Wertesystem, wenn es geht Albanien, aber ich habe nicht an Albanien teilgenommen, an die Wahlen in Albanien teilgenommen und darum könnte ich nicht eine skrupulöse Ausführung machen, wie das alles passiert, aber ich stütze natürlich, ich komme mit einer gewissen Unterstützung zu allen Kollegen, welche waren dabei. Und Herr Hunko, seine positive Äußerungen und andere und unsere EPP-Gruppe auch. Und darüber müsste ich sagen, dass als ich war nicht Anteil genommen in albanische Wahlen, darüber müsste ich kürzer sprechen. Darüber bin ich dafür, dass mit albanischer Fortschritt in Demokratie und Wahlsystem, aber ich könnte nicht genau sagen, was passiert in dieser Area, wenn ich habe keinen Anteil nicht genommen. Danke herzlich und diesmal, ich werde sehr kurz sein. Danke.
Danke Ihnen, Emmanuelis. We now move to Jean-Pierre Grain dans la salle qui va être suivi par Madame Sorabian. Jean-Pierre, vous êtes dans la salle? Vous avez la parole, Jean-Pierre.
Oui, merci Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, je m'exprimerai sur les élections en Albanie. Le 25 avril dernier, avec une délégation du Conseil de l'Europe, j'ai participé à l'observation des élections en Albanie. Ces élections législatives ont été caractérisées par une campagne animée et inclusive grâce à un cadre juridique qui a contribué à garantir le respect des libertés fondamentales. Bien que l'utilisation un peu abusive des ressources de l'État soit encore un peu préoccupante, dans un même temps, les autorités ont tiré parti de leur position. Personnellement, pour avoir visité 11 bureaux de vote, le scrutin dans ces bureaux s'est déroulé globalement dans le calme et les procédures d'élection ont été bien observées et bien organisées par les bureaux de votation. Le nouveau système d'identification électronique des votants mis en place dans tous les bureaux de vote vise à la réduction de la fraude électorale. Par contre, les mesures préventives liées au coronavirus n'ont pas toujours été correctement appliquées et la distanciation sociale n'a également pas toujours été observée parmi les votants, mis à part les membres des bureaux de vote où le port du masque était de rigueur. L'accès à certains bureaux de vote dans les campagnes n'était toujours pas très sécurisé, mais cela n'a pas gêné le déroulement du scrutin. Nous avons été informés du fait que le droit fondamental à la liberté de réunion avait été respecté pendant la campagne électorale, que les sujets électoraux avaient pu faire campagne librement en dépit des restrictions imposées par la pandémie de Covid-19. Par contre, et malheureusement, aucun débat télévisé entre les dirigeants politiques n'a été organisé. Cela a-t-il peut-être influencé le taux de participation de 46% des votants, qui est assez faible? Notre délégation a aussi exprimé ses inquiétudes quant aux allégations de pratiques généralisées d'achat de voix par les partis politiques pendant la campagne. Nous avons noté que des enquêtes avaient été ouvertes à ce sujet. Nous avons également constaté que le parti au pouvoir a tiré un avantage important de sa qualité de sortant, comme c'est souvent le cas lors d'élections législatives partout ailleurs. Voilà, chers collègues, quelques constatations que j'ai relevées lors de ces observations d'élections en Albanie qui se sont bien déroulées. Pour plus d'informations, vous pouvez les trouver dans l'excellent rapport de notre collègue Alexandre Pokchev. Merci de votre attention.
Merci Jean-Pierre. Nous passons maintenant à Naida Zorabian, who will be followed by our last speaker, Tural Ganyaliev. Wow. OK, Naida, where are you?
Oui, oui.
Vous êtes
Je
où
suis
là?
ici. Merci,
Voilà,
chers collègues.
vous avez la parole.
Merci, chers collègues. Il me semble que 8 mois après la guerre dévastatrice en Artsakh, aujourd'hui, de cette salle même, je n'aurais pas dû être obligé de parler des centaines de prisonniers de guerre et civils captifs. Je ne devrais pas dire que l'Azerbaïdjan, en tant que membre du Conseil de l'Europe, continue de mépriser le droit international, continue de mépriser à la fois notre organisation et toutes les institutions européennes qui insistent et demandent à l'Azerbaïdjan de libérer immédiatement tous les prisonniers de guerre et captifs. En tant que cette organisation, le Parlement européen, les organisations internationales de défense des droits de l'homme, les coprésidents du groupe de Minsk, font des dizaines de déclarations et demandent la libération des prisonniers de guerre. Depuis le 12 mai, environ 1000 soldats azerbaïdjanais ont envahi le territoire souverain de l'Arménie, se sont positionnés, tué des soldats arméniens, capture 6 soldats arméniens du territoire de protection des forces armées arméniennes, provoque chaque jour des incidents frontaliers et des affrontements avec des soldats et des habitants des colonies frontalières. Un paysan arménien vivant à la frontière n'a aucune garantie qu'il quittera sa maison et ne sera pas capturé ou tué. Et après, chers collègues, combien de déclarations et d'appels infructueux notre institut devrait-elle faire pour enfin comprendre que l'Azerbaïdjan ne comprend pas le langage des droits civilisés et qu'il est nécessaire d'appliquer des sanctions concrètes contre ce pays. N'oubliez pas que l'Azerbaïdjan a déjà brutalement tué 19 Arméniens capturés. Avez-vous compté combien de jours et combien de nuits il y a en 8 mois et combien de jours en tant que de nuit les mères arméniennes attendent leurs fils captifs, dont 14 en tant que terroristes et saboteurs ont déjà rendu des verdicts et envoyé les affaires devant les tribunaux. Chers collègues, si votre préoccupation pour le retour des prisonniers de guerre est sincère, alors notre Assemblée devrait imposer des sanctions concrètes à l'Azerbaïdjan, suspendre les pouvoirs de la délégation de ce pays, exiger interdiction des comptes bancaires européens d'Aliyev, de sa famille et des principales personnalités politiques de ce pays. Arrêtez ce cauchemar de 8 mois. Merci.
Merci. Nous passons maintenant au dernier orateur en ligne, M. Tural Ganyaliev. Mr. Tural, you have the floor. 3 minutes max.
President, dear colleagues, the trilateral statement of the leaders of Azerbaijan, the Russian Federation and Armenia, signed on November 10 last year, created a ground for putting an end to the almost 3-decade-long armed conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan on the basis of mutual recognition of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of the borders. And of course, it is disappointing to hear some of my colleagues from neighboring country in the hemicycle sounding unjustified accusations against my country, just missing the basic knowledge of the international law. They forget that the Council of, as a member of the Council of Europe, both Armenia and Azerbaijan, when we were accepted to this very organization, we were accepted within our international recognized borders. And what has happened last year was the restoration of the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan. Law and order was restored, and finally security, peace has arrived. But unfortunately, the speaker before me, Ms. Naida Zorabian, speaking about the situation, she was the same person who on her official Facebook and Twitter account called for the bombing of Azerbaijani city of Mingachevir with the biggest water reservoir and called for killing hundreds of thousands of Azerbaijanis. And of course, this kind of hate speech does not help at all.
And of course, it must be eliminated and prevented if we would like to see the conflict in the past, in the history. Of course, I would like to invite my colleagues from the neighboring country to advise and to get some recommendations from the senior Armenian diplomat with whom I had a chance to meet last week in Diplomacy Forum in Antalya, Mr. Gerard Libardian. Though we had some disagreements in some details regarding the post-conflict situation, but he has pragmatic, constructive views about the future of our region, which of course accepts the mutual recognition of territorial integrity of Azerbaijan and Armenia. And of course, these childish statements that we hear from Armenian colleagues in the hemicycle, again, does not help. Because if we would like to see the better future for our region, if we would like to see the human rights, the democracy that will be cherished in our region, we have to take into account that this platform is provided for us just for not to misuse it. We have to take it not for just granted. We have to make efforts ourselves to bring some contribution. And of course, once again, I would like to invite all my colleagues to not to accept the hate speech that we hear in the hemicycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We concluded our speakers list. Dear Rapporteur, do you wish to have a short reply?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. I would like to respond to some selected issues. When Mrs. Kravchuk from Ukraine applauds Liechtenstein for ratification of the Istanbul Convention, I very much hope that we can be the next to congratulate Ukraine for the ratification, because we very much appreciate the steps forward you are doing in the signing and ratification of the convention. The CREVIO was mentioned as the body who monitors the implementation, and I also can inform you that CREVIO will do a next step of quality in following up with the implementation, because there were already been recommendations for mostly all countries ratified, and the next step will be to watch whether the suggestions and recommendations really have been implemented. So I really applaud for this next qualitative step on implementation. And Tine mentioned the gender balance among us and in the Assembly. I hope that in the course of the year we will be able to adopt a report prepared by Nicole Gris on exactly that issue. And I think it's really time to have a clear rules how our assembly should be composed and how the balance should look like. And I also want to applaud Albania for gaining a third of women in their parliament. Tina also mentioned rule of law, democracy, and institutions, so that we also face a crisis on that after we overcame the pandemic crisis. And I think we really should maybe work more closely in following the Sustainable Development Goal 16, which always is on justice and strong institutions like parliaments as well. And that could maybe give us some inspiration on how fostering our work. And to come to an end, I have a dream as well as many of you, a dream that we live in a future Europe where we're not built upon hostile reflexes. Russia against Ukraine, Ukraine against Russia, Armenia against Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan against Armenia, Turkey versus Greek, Greek versus Turkey. That is not very creative. That really doesn't offer any productive solutions. And I really hope that we all can follow rule of law and democracy, but also especially human rights, and to guarantee, and that should be the biggest goal of all of us, guarantee human rights to all our citizens, to all people who live in the member countries of the Council of Europe, and may the bell, the Liberty Bell, ring to all of us to this way. And I very much hope that we will build forward better, not back better, because I think it's a way forward we have to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Péter. The debate is closed. In the meantime, we welcome Minister Péter Gyártó. We'll be with you, Mr. Minister, in a couple of seconds. We have to work through a couple of elements. I hear that you flew in, but that from the airport to here you also flew, more or less. So, okay, thank you for being here. But just bide with us a couple of minutes. The Bureau has proposed a number of references to committees for ratifications by the Assembly. This is in document 15318. I don't suppose there are any objections. No, then they are approved. Then we've got the other elements from the report. If there are no objections, then these are also approved. And then I'm inviting globally the Assembly to approve the other decisions of the Bureau as set out in the progress report. I'm going fast here, as fast as the Minister came from the airport down here. Any objections? No. Then all of this has been approved. Thank you for that. Our next item of business is the communication from the Committee of Ministers to the Assembly, which will be presented by Mr. Péter SZIJJÁRTÓ. I'm always having difficulties with names. I hope that was close enough. Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, Chair of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Now, this will be followed by questions to you, Mr. Minister. So if I might ask you not to take the whole hour, so people can put some questions to you. And may I invite you to address the Assembly here. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Secretary General, dear colleagues, members of national parliaments and members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to you to make it possible for me to
Mr. Minister, we have kind of a rule that you have to put your mask on.
Sorry.
I do apologize. I should have mentioned it.
No. Okay.
Because I've been telling that like 20 times this morning, and I only saw you from the back, so I do apologize that I couldn't react immediately. Thank you for that.
With all the regulations.
Very good. Thank you.
Good. So I'd like to express the appreciation. I would like to express my appreciation to you for letting me come and address the Assembly under a historic period of time, since we have been faced with tremendous challenges because of the global pandemic. And we consider it extremely important to take the chance to draw the conclusions and draw the lessons to be learned as well. And I'd like to put forward here 4 points, if you don't mind. First, I think it's one of the most important lessons we have to learn from the crisis is that it's extremely important to maintain the capacities and capabilities on a national level, and to have those strategic capacities in the member states of ours, which might seem to be illogical and expensive under peaceful circumstances. But when it comes to crisis, these strategic capacities can save lives. So in order to avoid a defenseless position, the national strategic capacities should be maintained. The second lesson we should learn is that saving lives of the people must not be taken into consideration as it was an issue either of ideological or geopolitical nature. And that issue is very important from the perspective of the vaccines, about which we do have the common understanding that they can save lives and they can provide us with a solution for the healthcare aspects of this crisis. We in Hungary have never considered the vaccines as if they were either of ideological or geopolitical nature. We looked at them as tools to save lives of the people. With this, so far we could vaccinate more than 65% of the adult population in the country. And we were the first country in entire Europe, basically, to open up the economy and come back to normality. And this also can be seen on the screens when you watch the summaries of the games of the European Championship. You see 68,000 people in the National Stadium of Budapest having fun and enjoying time spent together. The third aspect which we have to take into consideration from now on, that a healthcare crisis can have, as it did have, very serious economic impacts as well. Tens or even hundreds of thousands of European citizens have lost their jobs. And now we have to make sure that the states enjoy a more flexible regulation when it comes to incentivizing investments, which is the only way how we can create jobs for the people. Fourth, last but not least, I think that there cannot be a clearer or more evident reason based on which we can finally understand how interdependent we are and how high the rate of the interdependence is in the global political arena. And here I would like to argue in favor of a cooperation between West and East based on mutual respect and mutual trust. Dear colleagues, we should not be hypocritical. Last spring, the whole world has lined up in the East, in China, to be able to buy equipment to protect ourselves from the first wave of the crisis. And a number of countries in Europe, I speak about the entire continent, have been using either Chinese or Russian vaccine to save lives of their people. And we, coming from Central Europe, do have a very clear experience from history, which says that whenever there was conflict between East and West, we Central Europeans have always lost, and we don't want to be losers anymore. So when we argue in favor of East to West dialogue to be relaunched under, let's say, trustful circumstances, then we don't do it because we would be playing to one or the other side, but we do it because this is our interest of national security and national strategy. So definitely, Cold War is not something that we would like to see to be launched in the future. Dear colleagues, under these historic challenges and circumstances, we took over the presidency, and I would like to brief you about the 4 points, again 4 points, which summarize the priorities of the upcoming months ahead of us. First point is the protection of the rights of the national communities, national minorities here in Europe. Based on history, based on decisions made during history, there are a lot of national communities who live in minority in those countries where they live. And there are people who were citizens of many countries, 3, 4, even sometimes 5, during the history without leaving that given village or city where they were born. That's why I think that here in Europe, we all know that respecting the rights which are necessary from the perspective of preserving the national identity is extremely important. That's why guarantees should be given to the national minorities to be able to preserve their identity, their culture, their religion, and they can use their language in public administration, in education, and in media as well. Unfortunately, we see that there are regulations being passed in many countries which diminish or sometimes even delete the rights of the national minorities to access education, public administration, culture, media on their own native language. Sometimes even secret services are being involved in steps against the national minorities. And national members of national minorities happen to be threatened. And this is something that we definitely have to prevent and avoid. We are going to host some 4 conferences during our presidency, where we are going to promote the rights of the national minorities in order to prove that in case a country considers a national minority living on the territory of it as a source of strength, then they can take a lot of profit out of it, both the minority, both the host country, and both the neighboring country in the region. And we shouldn't be naive. We hear a lot of arguments in favor of the world to be colorful, but when I listen to these promotions, I never hear those who speak in favor that they would mention the rights of national minorities to be protected. The second point of ours, second priority, is the protection of families, especially kids, under these totally new circumstances caused by the pandemic. Because of the pandemic, lives of individuals, kids, and families have been put from reality more to virtuality, through digital education, through teleworking, through home office. And this phenomenon created a big number of unexperienced users of the virtual world. That's why this big group of unexperienced users became defenseless towards cybercrime, towards those who commit sexual crime or economic crime against these communities. Kids and families have to be protected in the reality and in the virtuality as well. Therefore, we need to make regulations which make it clear for those who would like to commit crimes against this defenseless group that it's not without serious risk. These kind of crimes committed should be penalized very seriously. We understand that the new technologies, including artificial intelligence, make our lives easier, no question. Smart solutions help a lot, but we do have to govern artificial intelligence, otherwise artificial intelligence will govern ourselves. And we have to make sure that this modern technology helps us to face and tackle this crisis we are in, and we have to make sure that technology does not deepen further the crisis. Artificial intelligence and technology must not endanger democracy. We do have to ensure that it is not the big technological companies or not their leaders who make a decision which democratically elected politician has access to voters, to whom and to what extent. And we have to make sure that decisions would be made by those who have received the authorization from their peoples during elections. And we have to make sure that it is not actors without any authorization from anyone who decide which news are real or which news are fake. Over the next months, we will strive to support the work within the ad hoc committee on artificial intelligence, on the development and application of artificial intelligence based on the Council of Europe standards on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. As one of the leading events of our chairmanship, the Conference of the Ministers of Justice of our member states will take place in Budapest as the follow-up of the Ministerial conference hosted and organized by the French presidency back October 2019. And speaking of the digital development and artificial intelligence, I'm delighted to inform you that last time in Hamburg, the ministers called for an acceleration of the work to prepare a second additional protocol to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. This new protocol is intended to enhance the efficiency of cooperation between the member states on cybercrime and electronic evidence. And we do have a good hope that we will be ready with this work until November, so we can pass these resolutions on the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the Budapest Convention, which is also going to be remembered by a big international conference about cybersecurity called Octopus in October in Budapest. The third out of the four priority is the protection of the equal rights of all individuals to practice religion. We see two dangers in Europe and in the direct neighborhood. And one is the persecution of Christians. Christianity became the most persecuted religion in the earth, and we Europeans cannot and must not leave this out of consideration, since Europe has been built on Christian values, and that's why we have to stand up for the Christians in need, and we have to stand up against persecution. And there's another alarming development in this regard: modern-age anti-Semitism. For a long time, it was reflected in the resolutions and documents passed by big international organizations, including the multilateral ones. But now, right after Hamas, meaning a terrorist organization, had attacked Israel, and Israel responded and protected herself, openly anti-Semitic rallies took place in the western part of Europe, in the big cities of Western Europe. This is unacceptable. That's why we have to strengthen our fight and our efforts against Christianophobia and against anti-Semitism. Fourth priority of ours is to protect the environment and preserve our planet for our children. Believe me, it's not an exaggeration to say that Hungary can be considered as a champion of environmental protection, since we were the first country to sign up to and to ratify the Paris Agreement. And before the pandemic, we were among those 21 countries in the earth which could perform economic growth while simultaneously we have reduced emission. And we do believe that improving competitiveness and protecting nature can and must go hand in hand. We also would like to promote the implementation of the Council of Europe's European Landscape Convention, which will be opened for accession also to non-European countries. Landscapes do reflect human interventions and decisions. Therefore, we definitely should pay particular attention to the member states' landscape policies. Another important goal of our presidency is to promote the international cooperation and mutual assistance to ensure the fundamental right to a healthy environment. Dear colleagues, I've been serving as a member of the Hungarian Parliament for the 20th year now, so it will be my honor to work together with you, parliamentarians, members of the national parliaments, and we will do our best in order to fulfill our goals and fulfill the expectations of the Parliamentary Assembly in the Ministerial Commission. Dear Mr. Speaker, I tried to satisfy your wish to speak short and leave more time for the questions. So if you honor us with your reactions, your remarks and questions, I would be most happy and honored to reply to all of them. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. We will now move to the questions. The way we handle this is that each political group can put a question, after which you will have, you can respond, and then we will take 3 speakers at a time, so the political groups one by one, and then 3 at a time. We've got half an hour, so that is basically a long time that we've got. Normally it's a bit shorter, so thank you for having been short, allowing our colleagues to put questions. First on my list is Madam Petra Bayer on behalf of the Socialist Group. Petra, you have the floor. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Rick. Mr. Minister, when an Austrian journalist is posing 3 written questions to a Hungarian member of European Parliament, it can happen that the fact that the journalist is doing her job ends up at a public Hungarian TV, where in 5 broadcasts, the journalist is denigrated as incompetent amateur spreading fake news about Hungary. And it can happen that the Minister for Foreign Affairs is not calming down this artificial conflict, but is fueling the fire. Could you please elaborate about your and your country's understanding of freedom of speech? And my second question, according to a decision of parliament recently, Hungary will punish any information addressed to young people that shows same-sex relation or information about gender identity different from your sex at birth. Could you please elaborate about your and your country's understanding of Article 14 of the European Convention on Human Rights prohibiting discrimination, because I'm quite sure that LGBTI persons are not criminals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Minister. Yeah. Question after question with the groups, and then you get 3 at a time. So you're getting a treat here. No, you're not so unexperienced. You have the floor, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, dear colleague, for the questions you have raised. My opinion is the following, that the freedom of expression and freedom of media must be applied to all. Must be applied to all. So I don't think that we should challenge or doubt this right of anyone, be it a media outlet, be it an individual person, be it a politician, who happens to criticize a liberal journalist. So, you know, we do believe in the colorfulness of opinions, but we do not believe in the hegemony of the opinions. So many times you have the feeling that you are brave enough to criticize someone who happens to be part of liberal mainstream, you are immediately attacked. You are immediately attacked. And our feeling is that the freedom of expression, freedom of media, freedom of expressing your own opinion is only applied to you if you comply with some international liberal standards. So my question is, if a media outlet thinks that another journalist made a bad job, let's put it this way, it's their opinion. How and who should keep them away from saying this? What kind of restriction or regulation should be put there, saying that a journalist cannot express its opinion about another journalist? I think that would definitely violate the right to speak and express your opinion freely. We who are in this job, and I'm pretty sure that you know it much better than I do, we who are in this job, in public life, we have to understand that we might be under criticism. And we have to accept that, otherwise it would be a very complicated job. And that, I think that should be applied to everybody who takes part in public life. Now, regarding one of the recent piece of legislation you were kind enough, Madam Colleague, to refer to. I'm not quite sure you have read the law. I just put it here because I have been faced with many criticism on that. And when I raise the question, have you yourself read the law? The answer was usually no. But regardless of the fact that those who criticized us never read the law, they were very self-confident, which is good because this is part of the job as well. You have to say things in a very self-confident way. But I'm afraid that the interpretation of the law, which has been circulated around by media and by politicians, is false, is fake, is fake. Because this law, which you were kind enough to refer to, Madam Colleague, doesn't say a word about your sexual identity above the age of 18. It says only one thing. Children has to be protected. And it is the exclusive right of the parents to conduct education about sexual orientation to their children as long as they are under 18. That's what the law says. It doesn't criminalize anybody. It doesn't say anything about what you can do after you are 18. It says only that as long as you are not 18, your parents does have the exclusive right to conduct your education regarding sexual orientation. And I believe it's good. And it had an overwhelming majority in the Hungarian parliament. and that reflects the it reflects the latest results of the results of the latest parliament election. And parliament election reflects the opinion of the people. So here I would like to ask everybody to first read the law and then criticize. Because you might be misled if you only read short summaries and interpretations in international media.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We will now move to our second question for the EPP, Group's leader, Alexander Wojciech. Alex, you have the floor. You have 1 minute for a question, Alex.
Monsieur le ministre, je suis tout à fait avec vous pour la masque. Nous sommes tous testés. Apparemment, tout le monde sauf SN ici, alors il n'y a pas de problème. Permettez-moi tout d'abord, au nom du groupe PPE, de vous présenter mes meilleurs vœux pour la reprise de la présidence. Votre pays, la Hongrie, qui a été toujours très proche de la Pologne, par le passé a joué un rôle majeur de la chute des rideaux de fer aux côtés d'autres pays d'Europe centrale. On était réunis. Je vous ai entendu très attentivement et je trouve beaucoup de vos propos où vous présentez vos idées qu'ils sont différents à ce que nous avons entendu ici de la part de votre prédécesseur. Ceci étant, nous savons très bien qu'il y a des divergences entre la Hongrie et beaucoup de pays du Conseil d'Europe et de l'Union européenne. La Hongrie reprend la présidence à l'Allemagne. Nous sommes dans la logique de football. Dans 2 jours, vous allez jouer contre les Allemands et déjà les fans se préparent à une confrontation du genre idéologique. Qu'est-ce que vous comptez faire pour que cette succession ne change pas, ne tourne pas dans une confrontation sportive ou même plus grave? Comment trouver les choses qui nous unissent tandis qu'il y a tant de choses qui nous séparent? Merci.
Merci Alexandre. Par respect pour le groupe et pour les autres, je vous ai laissé faire, mais normalement il n'y a qu'1 minute, donc vous avez largement dépassé, donc je trouverai l'occasion quelque part pour vous le retirer. Voilà, hein? Il faut être... Tout le monde est égal. Monsieur le ministre, vous avez la parole. Alex, est-ce que tu as éteint ton truc?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleague, and I'm very happy that we have one common point for sure, that we shouldn't wear masks. But I hope that we will have some, let's say, more important issues on which we can agree, given the fact that we represent nations which are not in friendship but in brotherhood. For many reasons, and you can be sure that this is a very strong feeling in the heart of the Hungarians. You have referred to football example. I just would like to tell you that on both games we have hosted so far in Budapest, Hungarian fans often chanted Polska, Polska, showing the brotherhood between the two countries. But when it comes to sports and politics, I do have to say, dear colleague, that I think that there's a very, very long list of sad impacts and consequences of confusion between sports and politics in the recent, let's say, century. And I hope that everybody who now would like to confuse sports, football, with politics are aware of the bad examples from the past. I don't think that a soccer game should be about anything more than who scores more goals. Hopefully at the end it's going to be us, but we have to say that the chances are not on our side, but the chances were not on our side when we played against France 2 days ago either, and then happened what happened. Now when it comes to points on which we can agree, let me, since it's a principal question, let me answer you the same way and not to go to practicalities, because it's very complicated to speak about practicalities when the question is about, perception. That I think if international politics can come back to mutual respect, then it will be much easier to identify those points on which we agree. Because currently, instead of mutual respect, what we experience is constant judgment, lecturing each other, and criticizing each other based on fake news, on misinterpretations, which is definitely not the way things should go forward. So from my side, dear colleague, you can be sure that I will concentrate on mutual respect to be given to each other. And I hope that it's not going to be solely my effort, but mutual trust and mutual respect could come back to international political arena in the future. Because believe me, even if you are now representing a political family which we have left recently, out of 10 we might agree on 7 points. But now what usually we concentrate on is 3 where we definitely disagree. But I think this is a matter of democracy. If you really do believe in democracy, then you cannot expect others to agree in everything with you. But you can respect the position of the others. And if you can respect, then it's easier to find those points where we might also agree. And good luck with your last game in the group stage, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Nous passons maintenant à Damien Cottier, au nom de ALDE. Damien, je pense que vous êtes dans la salle. Vous avez la parole, 1 minute, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Ministre. Au nom du groupe ALDE, nous souhaitons féliciter la Hongrie pour la reprise de cette présidence et vous souhaiter une excellente présidence. Le 11 juin dernier, les ministres européens des médias ont débattu du déclin de la sécurité des journalistes. Rappelons que la violence à l'égard des médias était une attaque contre la démocratie. Ils ont invité le Conseil de l'Europe à préparer le terrain pour l'élaboration de plans d'action nationaux sur la sécurité des journalistes et à mener une campagne européenne pour la protection du journalisme. Qu'entreprendra la présidence hongroise pour soutenir ce travail? Par ailleurs, au vu de l'évolution défavorable de la législation et des politiques dans plusieurs pays s'agissant de la protection d'une autre minorité, celle des personnes LGBTI, pouvez-vous nous indiquer si et comment la présidence hongroise entend s'engager pour faire davantage respecter les droits de cette minorité, à laquelle d'ailleurs appartient celui qui vous parle? Je vous remercie.
Merci Damien. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Dear colleague, thank you very much for the questions you have raised. I myself have definitely participated on the recent meeting of ours in Cyprus, although it unfortunately took place in a hybrid but rather virtual format, which I think we should leave behind finally, as we were able to come together here in person as well. I do believe that if we have a common understanding that the vaccination does protect ourselves and more people are being vaccinated, we should get rid of the virtual meetings and finally come together in person, because this is how you can achieve some results. Those virtual meetings, let's say, have a very strong limitation on whether they make sense or not, whether they can bring some deliverables. When it comes to freedom of media and safety of journalists, you can definitely count on us. Count on us, Hungarians. You might know our history. It's similar to the Polish. We had to fight against communist oppression even 31 years ago. That's when we got back our freedom, a part of which is freedom of expression, freedom of media. So you can definitely be sure that we will be true allies of yours in these efforts. Now, when it comes to the rights of minorities, I can just refer to our own example in Hungary. In Hungary, according to the legislation. You cannot be discriminated based on a group or identity or minority you belong to. And this should be ensured and secured all over Europe, that it doesn't matter what kind of group you belong to what aspect, and to under any categories or circumstances, you must not be discriminated. That's the most important task we have to ensure.
Thank you for that answer. If you allow me to say that this means you cannot be discriminated on the basis of your sexual orientation, if I understand it well. Thank you for confirming that, Mr. Minister. We now go to our fourth group speaker, which is Mr. Barnard Zsigmond. I hope I said that right. Zolt, I'm looking at you. I hope I said it right. Online, you have the floor. 1 minute. Is he here? Oh, I do apologize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
You have the floor. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellency, thank you very much for your very interesting speech. There are many debates on the challenges faced by Europe. One of them is on the protection of national minorities. The importance of the effective protection of national minorities in Europe, as we have heard, is high on the agenda of the Hungarian presidency. As a concrete example, I would like to raise the situation of the national minorities in Ukraine. The European and transatlantic institutions and Ukraine are seeking an increasingly close relationship with each other, and we're saying that Ukraine is part of the European future. We support the territorial integrity of the country, but we see some violations of the principles of the rule of law, especially cases of discrimination against national minorities. Mr. Minister, in your view, how could the Council of Europe contribute to our efforts in achieving tangible results in a constructive way? Also, in this context, would you reflect on the situation of national minorities in Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, dear colleague, for your question. You know, we as a neighboring country of Ukraine, we are definitely interested in Ukraine to be strong, to be democratic, and we lend our support to Ukraine, not only from the perspective of territorial integrity and sovereignty, but from the perspective of economy, energy supply, water management, and many other areas. Of course, it was a big disappointment for us when, after supporting the European aspirations of Ukraine, the Ukrainian parliament has passed legislation which violated the rights of the national minorities when it comes to using their own native language in education, media, public administration. I myself have had a lot of personal negotiations with foreign ministers of Ukraine, and to be honest, we have not been able to reach a breakthrough in this regard. And there are continuously some new measures which continue to challenge the rights of minorities when it comes to using their own native language. There we don't ask for anything extra, anything additional. We just ask the Ukrainian authorities to come back to that situation which used to be the case. So the national minorities did have their rights to a certain extent, from which a big step back has taken place. And once again, I want to underline, we don't ask for extra. We don't ask for additional rights. What we ask the Ukrainian authorities to come back to that situation, which has already existed. And you know, I think here it should not be us to say what concretely they should do. What we should ask them for, I mean the Ukrainian authorities, to consult with the national minorities and act according to what they ask for. And in case the minorities certify that they received back those rights they used to have, then we can be satisfied. Otherwise, we have to keep on urging the Ukrainian authorities to give back those rights to the national minorities. What I have to stress here, that involving secret services in efforts against the national minorities is totally unacceptable. And this should not happen again. Or I give you another example. There's a web page called Miro Tvarets in Ukraine, where extremists have put together a list of those who prove to be enemies of Ukraine and who should be afraid for this. I myself, I'm on the list, but for me it's less problematic since I don't live in that country and I'm protected by counter-terrorist agents in Hungary. But those who live in Ukraine and are not protected by counter-terrorism agents, now that's frightening for them. Member of the European Parliament, a Hungarian one, who happens to have Ukrainian background, was afraid from going back home during the Christmas break because she is on that list. And when we asked the Ukrainian authorities to make something, against this phenomenon, then the answer we receive is that they can't because this is not state-run. But I think that the state should make sure that no such kind of lists should be put together and promoted. So as the European Council, as the Council of Europe is the best institute for promoting rights of national minorities, we will continue to consult and to be in dialogue with the Ukrainian authorities to improve this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We now come to our fifth group, represented by Tini Cox, UAL. Tini, you have the floor. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Committee of Ministers. You have taken over in challenging times, which we might recover from COVID, but we are, our democracy is in distress, as the Secretary General of the Council of Europe has reminded us in her last report. Mr. Minister, the Committee of Ministers is the part of the organization that has to take care that verdicts of the courts are executed. 3 of these cases are now in their final stage. The cases with regard to Turkey of Mr. Kavala and Mr. Demirtas, and the case against Russia with regard to Mr. Navalny. I am informed that the Committee of Ministers is working hard on this. What can you say to this Assembly? In what way you, as the President, and the Committee of Ministers as such, are working to make these 3 major cases come to an end and that the verdicts of the court will be executed? Thank you very much.
Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, dear colleague, for raising this very important issue. And I can answer very shortly and please, in short, and please do not take it as a signal of impoliteness, but take it as a signal of commitment and determinedness. That the verdicts, the rulings of the courts and the court must be respected, fulfilled and implemented. We do not consider it a question. We do consider it as a fact. And the Ministerial, the Committee of Ministers will act accordingly. And here I will ask for the cooperation of the Assembly, including you yourself, dear colleague, to lend a hand of support in this regard. And if you feel that we should act differently, please let us know, and definitely our ears and eyes will be open to you. And thank you very much for raising this very important question.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Given the time, we now have still time for 3 questions together. In order will be from Titus Korlatian, Emanuele Zingeris, and John Howell. John Howell will be online, so John, please request for the floor. First on my list is Titus Korlatian. Titus, you have the floor.
Jó napot kívánok, Minister. I have 2 questions, starting with the first one. While fully sharing the objective to assure the respect of the rights of persons belonging to the national minorities, I want to ask you, how do you intend to conciliate your national position because the Fidesz government promotes constantly the concept of the so-called collective rights and territorial autonomy based on ethnic grounds, for some other countries, of course, which contradicts the European standards, the Framework Convention, and sometimes some bilateral treaties, including with my own country, Romania, on one side, with your current European responsibilities and the European standards. And secondly, how do you intend to celebrate, maybe you intend to celebrate the Hungarian presidency by finally granting, after all these years, a real representation in the parliament to the national minorities from Hungary, including for the Romanian national minority, not through this so-called spokesperson of national minorities, which is not a member of the parliament, has no real rights. Köszönöm szépen.
Second on my list is Emanuel Zingeris. He is in the room. No, online. Emanuelis, we always expect you here. Now you're online. Emanuelis, you have the floor. 1 minute, please. I know you. 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Minister, thank you for the perspective. Only one footnote. We always respected that Hungary and Middle Europeans, like Polish people and Baltic, are not in the middle between West and East, but belong to the Western culture and Western democracies. So my question is about Belarus, who continue to be like continuation of Soviet regime and have more like 500 political prisoners, take over and kidnap the Ryanair plane from Athens to Vilnius, and incredibly become a gulag in the middle of Europe, become a concentration camp. So with support of Kremlin, how we can react to that? We will have the current debates in the after tomorrow, but from your perspective, please tell us how to deal with not member country of Council of Europe who have established the Joseph Stalin type concentration camp in the middle of Europe is now dangerous for our European countries, other neighboring countries.
Thank you, Emanuelis. We now go to John Howell, online also. John, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Minister, welcome. The Council today, which you are attending, has a very distinctive voice. How will you ensure that that distinctive voice is heard in the discussions that are taking place about the future of Europe?
Thank you, John. As always, short and sharp. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
I have to start with an apology, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that next time when I come, I will be more experienced. I definitely learned a lesson, but I was just informed, which I could have and should have seen, by the way, that I should respond standing. So I'd like to ask all the 5 leaders of the 5 political groups not to consider as being impolite, and if you want me, I can repeat my answer standing as well. But it was enough. If it was enough, then we can leave it for the next session. And first, I'd like to respond to the question of Mr. Minister. Great to see you again. We only had just a very short period of time to serve our countries together, but I definitely have good memories about that short period of time as well when it comes to building the cooperation between the two of us personally and generally between our countries. I can tell you that, and maybe hopefully you will understand and you don't take it as an exaggeration, but currently our two countries enjoy a very good relationship, and we have all put a lot of emphasis and a lot of efforts in that, and both of us have made compromises which might have been unimaginable a couple years ago. And the fact that the party of the Hungarian minority is part of the currently ruling coalition in Bucharest, that shows that, that we have understood on both sides of the border that if we consider the national minorities as a source of strength, then we can both can take the profit out of them. I just would like to inform you that I have had the honor to host your successor, the current foreign minister of Romania, Mr. Aurescu, very recently, where we have finally were successful to sign the protocol of the Joint Commission for National Minorities, which already ended before we took office, a long time ago, but it was impossible to sign, and now that has been resolved. And we could also agree on new border crossings. So I really do believe that the improvement of the bilateral relations between Romania and Hungary, which was not an easy issue, colleagues can believe based on history, they can be a good example of how neighboring countries can improve their relationship with, based on mutual respect and consensus on important issues. I have to tell you that we put a lot of emphasis on helping the Romanian community in Hungary to be able to preserve their culture, their heritage, their religion. As a clear signal of that, together with your colleague, we have visited the Church of the Romanians right after our meeting in a Hungarian town where you have a significant community. On the other hand, I have to tell you, Mr. Minister, that you know that our constitution says it very clearly, that there are so-called spokespersons, as you say, which is not the exact translation, but there's not a better one, so you applied it rightly. So so-called spokespersons do represent the opinion of national minorities in Hungary. And so far, to be honest, according to our understanding, that proved to be a successful system, since the needs or the requests of the minorities became heard, and we always try to comply with them, to fulfill them, sorry. When it comes to the conference on the future of Europe, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that that the name is telling, future of Europe, and it's not future of the European Union. So I do believe that all those countries who play an important role in our everyday life when it comes to European Union, all those countries who have a special relationship to us, all those countries who are important for us, all those countries who would like to join once the European Union should be included into this conference. And I definitely do believe that that UK should have a say in this regard as well. UK is maybe the tightest ally of ours because of geography, because of history, because of the fact that they used to be members of the European Union. They are a European power. We cannot leave their aspects out of consideration when we speak about the future of Europe. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the question or reply to the question of our Lithuanian colleague about Belarus. We have had this issue on the agenda of the Foreign Affairs Council in Brussels today. And there we have made additional decisions on sanctions. We have put persons and entities on the sanctions list, through which we expect that, that the current leadership of Belarus will be more open and more ready to be engaged in an open, frank, and successful dialogue with counterparts like ourselves. But in the meantime, I do believe that the channels of the dialogue should be maintained as well. Otherwise, we will not be able to speak to each other. I have informed my colleagues in Brussels today that I was reached out by the foreign minister, Vladimir Makei from Belarus, yesterday evening, where he also told me that he is committed to keep this dialogue. But well, in the meantime, today we have decided in favor of those sanctions, and now we can just cross fingers or trust that this decision will finally be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I think we can squeeze in 2 more questions if you agree to that, because we're running a little bit over time. But I mean, since the program includes us meetings, so we'll squeeze out a couple of minutes to take these 2 on board. So I've got still on my list so many people. I do apologize. You know that you can put your questions afterwards. But I have Andreas Nick and Ingrid Skau. So thank you for allowing going a bit over time. Andreas, you have the floor. Please stick to the 1 minute. And Ingrid, afterwards, please stick to the 1 minute so we can have your 2 questions in there. Andreas?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Minister, we wish you all success in the chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers. Let me ask one question relating to your approach to the freedom of science and research and education. We have seen two very diverging policies by your government. On the one hand, forcing Central Europe University out of your country by a law that has been described by the Venice Commission as highly problematic. On the other hand, you're inviting in a state-run Chinese university with significant financial commitment by the Hungarian government to relocate activities to Budapest. How can you reconcile that also with our common approach on the freedom of science and education in our member states? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas. We now have our last question by Ingrid Skau, which will have our total to 10, 5 of the groups and 5 of the members. Ingrid, 1 minute. I don't.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President and Minister.
You have the floor.
Yes, I'm here. In the last speech paced, Mr. Michael Roth, the special representative of the federal government of the German presidency of the Council of Europe, underlined the importance of the Istanbul Convention. It was especially important now, he said, when we see that the pandemic has resulted in a dramatic increase in domestic violence against women and children. He considered the Istanbul Convention to be a very central instrument in this respect and strongly regretted that a country like Turkey has left the convention and that others are still reluctant to ratify it. Knowing that the Hungarian parliament last year voted not to ratify the Istanbul Convention, how will you promote it? And are there any moves in Hungary with regard to possible ratification in the near future? Thank you, President.
Thank you, Ingrid. This concludes the questions. Now we come to the answers. Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much for the questions. First, I'd like to address the question regarding the freedom of academia. And I don't want to be impolite here either. And with all my respect towards the institution and the members, I have to say that it is absolutely not true that we would have pushed any university out of Hungary. And it's very easy to judge this question because it's black and white. Either it's there or not. Central European University is there in Budapest. I don't know whether you've been to Budapest already, but the cathedral is very easy to be found, and a couple meters of the cathedral on the right-hand side, if you are going to the direction of Danube, you will find a big building, which is a Central European University. So saying that Hungary, the Hungarian government, has pushed out a university from the country, has forced the Central European University to leave, is not true, is a lie, is a fake. Central European University is there, and it has been operational. And to be honest, I don't understand those who lie about this thing, because it's very easy to see and judge. I mean, you know, it's not whether we like this drink or that food or not, whether it's delicious or not, because it's a matter of individual judgment. But if there's a university there or not, that's a kind of question of black and white. The Hungarian accreditation of the Central European University has never been challenged. Never been challenged. They can operate under Hungarian legislation, they can operate with the Hungarian accreditation, and they can issue Hungarian diploma, Hungarian graduation. That has never been challenged. But what the Hungarian law on higher education says is the following. In case of a foreign university, that given university is only allowed to issue a diploma or graduation of another country, in case it has a school there as well. We have another American university in Hungary, McDaniel College. Now, McDaniel College has a school in Maryland. So McDaniel College can issue 2 diplomas in Hungary, an American one because they have a school there, and the Hungarian one because they operate under Hungarian accreditation. But Central European University can only issue Hungarian diploma because they do not have a school in the US. It's so easy and so simple. And I understand that it was a political scandal because of Mr. George Soros. And he was able to motivate politicians and media outlets and NGOs to make a scandal out of this. But it is a lie that this school was forced to leave Hungary, because if it had been forced to leave, it wouldn't be there, but it's there. Now on the second part of your question, Fudan University is ranked as number 34 globally, number 34. It has very good cooperation with American universities. It has very good cooperation with European universities, maybe including Germans, I don't know. And so far, when Fudan cooperated with American universities, it was not a problem. And I think it's right that it was not a problem, because if we speak about freedom of science, freedom of research, freedom of academia, why should we hinder international cooperation between universities? And do you think it's realistic that if the world's 34th best university would like to establish a school, they don't want to relocate themselves, they just want to establish a school in Budapest? Should we reject that? On what basis or on what reason? We are happy that we could make an agreement. We are happy that the university which ranks number 34 in the world will have a school in Budapest. And any internationally highly ranked university would like to come to Budapest, we are happy to agree. On the Istanbul Convention, dear colleague, the Hungarian legislative system is more disciplined or more serious on the protection of children, women, and families than the Istanbul Convention. So ratifying the Istanbul Convention would not have any kind of added value in our legislative system, because our legislative system penalizes the violation of the rights or any kind of abuse or any kind of insult against children, women, families. Why the Hungarian parliament has decided not to ratify, and I think that was a right decision, is that when it comes to migration, our policy is totally different compared to what is being written in the Istanbul Convention. You might know that we are a country where there was a referendum, where people made it very clear that they don't want illegal migrants to come to the country based on this obligatory quota system. And you might know that we stick to our own right to make a decision whom we allow to enter to Hungary and with whom we would like to live together and with whom not. So in this regard, the Istanbul Convention would be totally contradicting the outcome of this referendum and the policies of the government based on which we won the recent election. And when it comes to gender, this progressive interpretation of expression gender is definitely against what we think. So that's why, for example, when there are documents passed in the European Union and gender equality is being mentioned, then you always put a national remark there saying that under gender equality, Hungary understands equality between men and women. And this is something that again contradicts the understanding or the interpretation of the gender expression or phenomenon gender in the Istanbul Convention. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I understand that the word misunderstanding has been used a number of times by yourself, so you will allow me to have an effort to try to get rid of some misunderstandings concerning the Istanbul Convention also with you, but we will discuss it in the coming hours, and we will have a big event on the issue also on Wednesday, where I do believe that we might convince those who today do not see an added value to the Istanbul Convention that there is an added value. But again, we have the right not to agree, but we also have the right to try to convince each other, which is an opportunity that I will largely take as with regard to you, in full respect, during your presidency. Having said this, thank you very much for your responses. Thanks to the colleagues for their questions. We will take a 5-minute break for some technical issues that have to be resolved. And may I ask my dear Vice Chair, Nicole Tris, to take over the meeting while I accompany the Minister in the following hour. Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you.
L'ordre du jour, voilà, la pause est finie, on se remet au travail. L'ordre du jour appelle la présentation et la discussion du rapport de M. Boris Silevich au nom de la Commission des questions juridiques et des droits de l'homme sur les responsables politiques devraient-ils être poursuivis pour les déclarations faites dans l'exercice de leur mandat, ainsi que de l'avis de la Commission sur l'égalité et la non-discrimination présenté par M. Péter Lopez. Sachant que nous devons lever la séance à 20 h, nous devrons interrompre notre débat vers 18h55 pour entendre la réplique de la Commission et procéder au vote sur les amendements et le projet de résolution. Le rapporteur dispose de 7 minutes pour la présentation de son rapport et de 3 minutes pour répondre aux orateurs à la fin de la discussion générale. La parole est à M. Boris Silevich. C'est à vous.
Madam President, this report before you deals with the core principles upheld by the Council of Europe: freedom of speech and assembly of democratically elected politicians. The first question is, why just Spain and Turkey? The choice of countries covered in this report was made in the motion for a resolution underlying my mandate, not by myself. Spain and Turkey are obviously two very different countries with different legal cultures and problems, but they have something in common. A number of well-known politicians, colleagues of ours, have been sent to prison for many years for statements they made in the exercise of their mandates. No similar cases are observed elsewhere in Europe, in the Council of Europe member states. I understand that neither the Spanish and the Turkish governments nor the Turkish opposition and the Catalan autonomists are fully satisfied with this report, and I take it as a good sign. My intention has always been to present a balanced text, to strongly uphold the principles of rule of law and human rights, but also not to give in to those who might try to make use of this report to promote separatism. Regarding human rights, the main issue is freedom of speech and assembly, in this case our own as politicians. The Strasbourg Court's case law is clear. We as politicians are allowed to make statements advocated even for objectives that go against the Constitution as it stands, provided that these objectives do not violate fundamental principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, and provided that means advocated are not violent. This is also the law in almost all of our member states. The court allows proportionate sanctions when these limits are transgressed, but even then it rarely accepts prison sentences, let alone such long ones. Both in Spain and in Turkey, politicians have been sentenced to very long prison terms, similar to those handed down for murderers and rapists, for the peaceful exercise of their political mandates, including votes in parliament and calling for peaceful protests. It is true that in Spain, some of the incriminated statements led on to unconstitutional actions that clearly disobeyed injunctions of the Constitutional Court, such as holding an illegal referendum on the independence of Catalonia. However, the crime of holding an illegal referendum, punishable by up to 5 years in prison, had been deleted from the Spanish Criminal Code a few years earlier. Instead, the Catalan leaders were sentenced to much longer prison sentences for the crime of sedition. But this crime requires an element of violence, of which there was none. The Spanish Supreme Court had to interpret violence very broadly. In short, the sheer number of hundreds of thousands of peaceful demonstrators created some form of psychological violence without violence, and this prevented the police from stopping the illegal referendum. But can exercising a fundamental right, calling for peaceful protests, become a very serious crime just because a lot of people exercise it at the same time? I have serious doubts. Some of our Spanish and Turkish colleagues believe that the Assembly should not comment on decisions of the judiciary, so that we do not endanger their independence. But commenting on judgments is what the Assembly does on a regular basis, as part of our democratic debates we participate in. Courts are not above comments or even criticism. For example, the Assembly has found several times, lastly in April this year, that Turkish courts give the notion of support for terrorism an overly broad interpretation. And I must say this once again in this report. We have also stated in a recent report that Azerbaijani courts do not give enough space to freedom of expression of journalists. Very recently, we concluded that the Russian courts have failed to properly apply the judgments of the Strasbourg Court. There are many more examples, and in most of these cases, the Strasbourg Court later came to similar conclusions. In this report, too, I stress that it is up to the competent courts to take the final decision. I do not say that the organization of the illegal referendum by the Catalan leaders who are now in prison cannot be sanctioned at all. They clearly disobeyed the injunctions of the Constitutional Court, and as I understand, such disobedience is a crime in Spanish law, but with much milder sanctions. The long prison terms imposed on the 9 leaders in prison are clearly disproportionate, and therefore do not comply with the rule of law. These convictions, as well as the ongoing prosecution of hundreds of other Catalan officials, do not reflect well on Spain as a living democracy. There are many ways to solve this problem. Individual pardons by the government, an amnesty law, or the reform of the provisions on rebellion and sedition by parliament. And the government found a way to pardon the colonels who attempted a putsch in 1981 with guns and tanks. And then now it should be feasible too. Let us go back to Turkey. The cases described in the memorandum speak for themselves. The situation of opposition politicians, in particular those of the HDP and the CHP, has become truly untenable. The Assembly stressed this only recently, during the urgent debate in April. Opposition MPs are constantly under threat of prosecution and imprisonment. They are convicted for statements made many years earlier, taken out of context. MPs have even been condemned to prison for asking parliamentary questions to the government. Parliamentary immunity was withdrawn from hundreds of MPs in a collective procedure based on a temporary change of the constitution. The Turkish courts ignore very clear verdicts of the Strasbourg court by refusing to free some of our fellow politicians, in particular the HDP co-chair Selahattin Demirtas. This is simply unacceptable, and we should say this loudly and clearly. The main message of this report is clear, a call for conciliation and compromise, instead of heavy-handed use of criminal sanctions to deal with sensitive political issues, in full respect to rule of law and human rights. Thank you, Madam President.
Merci, Monsieur le rapporteur. La parole est maintenant à Monsieur Péter Lopez pour présenter l'avis de la Commission sur l'égalité. C'est à vous.
Gracias, señora presidenta. A pesar del escaso tiempo que tengo para presentar mi opinión, no quiero dejar pasar la oportunidad para llamar una vez más la atención, como ya he hecho en la Comisión de Igualdad y en el grupo político, sobre los procesos de preparación de los reports y de las opiniones. En esta, mi primera experiencia en el Consejo de Europa, que me ha dejado un cierto sabor agridulce. No quiero llegar a la conclusión que algunos puedan pensar que una opinión se trata tan solo de un trámite. Por eso reitero una vez más la necesidad, ya sea de que el rapporteur principal, el rapporteur para opinión o quienes actúan en un rapport puedan disponer de tiempo, de recursos, de dar audiencia, de poder intercambiar con todas las partes implicadas en un proceso. Esta ha sido mi intención y me excuso con aquellos que, por falta de tiempo, no haya sido posible. La principal conclusión de la opinión que he preparado en la Comisión de Igualdad es la enorme preocupación por la sistemática persecución de políticos electos en Turquía. Y no solo en la región kurda y no solo en los partidos prokurdos, sino prácticamente con la práctica totalidad de las opciones políticas que hoy en día se encuentran en la oposición. El mayor número de las aportaciones que he hecho a través de mi report al rapport preparado por Boris Silevic, recogen aspectos que no se incluían en el rapport principal. Principalmente todos los graves hechos ocurridos después de las elecciones locales de marzo del 2019. La sustitución de un mínimo de 47 alcaldes por trustris, los empresonamientos de bastante de entre ellos. No solo son hechos que llevan unas muy graves consecuencias democráticas, sino que además han venido acompañados de severas restricciones presupuestarias, de recortes en servicios públicos fundamentales y recortes que se han producido incluso en un momento tan complicado como ha sido la pandemia o como está siendo la pandemia de la COVID. Recortes que han afectado a todos los servicios, pero que también han conllevado el cierre de centros de atención y soporte a mujeres, justo en el momento en que Turquía ha abandonado el Convenio de Estambul. Incluso con las enmiendas para las que pido su soporte se recojan, me parece insuficiente para reflejar la verdadera situación que se vive en Turquía con los políticos, ya sean electos o los políticos miembros de partidos políticos. Por tanto, propondré una moción para que más adelante pueda preparar un report sobre la situación que se vive en Turquía. En relación con España y desde una perspectiva de igualdad, la recomendación, que ha sido objeto de un gran debate y que será objeto de debate posteriormente, es la de actualizar y delimitar la definición del delito de sedición, especialmente cuando no se producen manifestaciones violentas, ya que las penas en España son superiores a los de otros países miembros del Consejo de Europa. Gracias por su atención y gracias por el soporte a las enmiendas que he presentado.
Merci, Monsieur le rapporteur, pour avis. Dans la discussion générale, nous allons passer aux orateurs pour les groupes. Et je donne maintenant la parole à Madame Bakoyannis pour le groupe PPE.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by saying that this report confuses me a little bit. And it confuses me for the simple reason that, as the rapporteur rightly said, you cannot put Spain and Turkey in the same report. Because the truth is that these are two completely different situations. but completely different situations. It is indeed the case, as this Assembly has said again and again, that Turkey has a rule of law issue. We all remember our position last year when, without proper judicial proceedings, Mr. Kavala, Mr. Demirtas were thrown in jail along with many other activists. When 42 opposition mayors, as Mr. Lopez already said, were arrested, removed from office before even judicial decisions were rendered. Just 2 weeks ago, Mr. Demirtas received an addition of 2.5 years of sentence for insulting the chief Ankara prosecutor, while the HDP, the political party, has been consecutively targeted and pushed to political elimination, and now they are preparing to close it completely. So there are issues this report correctly deals with and reflects the problem of prosecution outside scope of the rule of law in Turkey. However, dear colleagues, this is not the case in Spain. And if we support the report as it is, we create a problem rather than a solution. In Spain, there was no prosecution on statements, but prosecution on illegal acts. Territorial integrity is a state in one of the most precious values for a nation, a democracy. Acting against it cannot be downgraded. Prosecution and conviction in Spain followed concrete illegal acts, such as sedition, misuse of public funds, and non-compliance with court orders. There were proper rule of law proceedings, several judicial decisions, including of the High Court in accordance with the European Court of Human Rights May 2019 decision, as well as the May 2017 Venice Commission opinion. In Spain, we had elections, and the Catalanian autonomies are governing Catalonia today. So you cannot compare it with the situation which we have in Turkey. The EPP discussed this report thoroughly, and we support it, but as long as we can amend it, and the amendments 9, 10, 11, and 12, which were put forward, are voted for. And I urge you, dear colleagues, vote for these amendments. It is important that we don't send the wrong message to the separatists. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame. Je donne la parole maintenant à Monsieur Maire pour le groupe ALDE.
La présidente, chers collègues, je tiens d'abord à remercier chaleureusement notre collègue Boris Silevich ainsi que Pérez Lopez pour la qualité, pour la précision et pour l'équilibre de leur travail de rapporteur sur un sujet vraiment sensible, nous le savons. Vous avez essayé de passer un peu entre les gouttes des uns et des autres avec en ligne de mire la seule boussole de la défense de nos valeurs de démocratie, d'état de droit et des droits de l'homme. Dans votre rapport, cher Boris, vous vous intéressez plus précisément à deux cas d'espèce, la Turquie et l'Espagne. Je pense que c'est un peu, misleading quand un titre très englobant comme ça atterrit sur deux sujets particuliers. Je pense qu'il faut faire attention aux communications et aux titres qu'on utilise. Ceci étant, nous avons eu des débats très intéressants déjà lors de la commission juridique du 3 juin, des débats à nouveau très vifs et intéressants lors de la réunion de cet après-midi. Et je pense que nous avons eu à cœur d'écouter le ton extrêmement juste de nos collègues espagnols qui ont affirmé et qui ont démontré à de nombreuses reprises que l'Espagne est une des démocraties les plus fortes et les plus importantes dans notre continent et que celle-ci repose sur une constitution selon laquelle l'unité du pays est un principe cardinal et nous le reconnaissons complètement. Vous avez aussi fait état, monsieur le rapporteur, que l'Espagne est une démocratie vivante avec une culture de débat public et ouvert. Et ce que nous avons vécu ensemble avec les différentes parties de l'Espagne représentées dans le débat l'a montré. Ceci étant, nous reconnaissons aussi que des actions illégales, notamment à l'encontre de la Constitution espagnole, ont été commises par les leaders catalans en octobre 2017. C'est un fait. Mais nous tenons, dans votre ligne, à souligner que les peines sont disproportionnées comparées aux actions menées, qu'elles soient infligées à des élus ou à des personnes de la société civile.
Dans votre résolution, nous soutenons en particulier la proposition de l'alinéa 9.3.2 qui stipule, je cite, « d'envisager de gracier ou de libérer de toute autre manière les responsables politiques catalans condamnés pour leur rôle dans l'organisation d'un référendum anticonstitutionnel d'octobre 2017 et des manifestations pacifiques, elles étaient pacifiques, effectivement, qui l'ont accompagné. C'est pourquoi le groupe ALDE attend des autorités espagnoles des allègements de peines infligées aux leaders catalans. Nous nous voyons encouragés en cela par les dernières inflexions du gouvernement espagnol et je pense que le travail que vous avez mené n'est pas tout à fait indifférent à cette évolution. Nous faisons pleinement confiance à la démocratie espagnole ainsi qu'à l'ensemble de ses représentants pour trouver une résolution pacifique proche de cette difficulté. Et pour finir, j'appuie évidemment la partie de la résolution qui concerne la Turquie, pour laquelle le groupe ALDE soutient sans réserve les observations et les propositions. Merci à vous.
Merci, monsieur. Maintenant, en ligne, j'appelle monsieur Howell pour le groupe des conservateurs. Monsieur Howell, vous avez demandé la parole ? Oui.
Thank you, Madam President. It is interesting that we have created so much controversy over this report. I agree that we as politicians need to be able to express our mandates as fully as possible. But there is also a limit on what can be said in many countries, as the report points out. In my own country, for example, we are not allowed to speak about a court case that is being sent to trial or is on trial. This is sensible to prevent political interference in a judicial matter and that we do not influence the outcome of the case. So important is the rule of law and the independence of the courts. But this report also points out that there are countries which merge criminal and political activities. The report singles out Turkey, where the situation, quite honestly, leaves a lot to be desired. As the co-rapporteur for Turkey, I understand this, and I too call for the release of Mr. Demirtas and for the country to follow the lines set by the European Court of Human Rights, which is all important here. But this is not the same as the situation in Spain in relation to Catalonia, although it may require more work to see this. Here, we are talking about a state with a strong rule of law principle, where the Supreme Court has been involved. Also, we are talking about serious crimes being committed, sedition and embezzlement. The distinction we have to make is between what the individuals who were arrested thought and said and what they actually did. They do not appear to have been convicted for what they thought and said. It should be noted that the Supreme Court actually acquitted some individuals, and we need to look at this from the point of view of a country with the primacy of the rule of law. After all, the separatists, as has been pointed out, still govern the region of Catalonia and are supporting the central government in Madrid. So there is a strong difference between Turkey and Spain. We have monitoring procedures to look at these issues in this council. And quite honestly, I've been appalled by the extent to which some countries in Western Europe seek to wriggle out of periodic reviews. Monitoring is not just for new countries and will certainly add clarity to a situation. If the rule of law means anything in this context, and I believe that it should, it is to understand that politicians are not above the law. The freest of speech, though, hurts no one, and we should encourage that as much as possible. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Howell. La parole est maintenant à Monsieur Cox pour le groupe de la gauche unitaire européenne.
Merci Madame la Présidente, enchanté de vous voir là, mener ce débat qui est très intéressant pour tous. In a living democracy, it is of crucial importance that politicians are able to freely exercise their mandate. I quote the rapporteur where he emphasizes in his first paragraph in the first paragraph this issue in its most important resolution on behalf of the UEL group. I fully agree that freedom of speech and assembly, both in Parliament and when speaking in public meetings or through the media, including social media, are fundamental for a living democracy. We therefore fully agree with the calls that this resolution makes to all member states of the Council of Europe, that they have to ensure freedom of speech and assembly to their citizens and to their politicians. The resolution focuses on, as the rapporteur tells us, to two member states, Turkey and Spain. That is perhaps indeed a bit confusing. But on the other hand, it has to be, these issues have to be addressed. The resolution addresses the authorities of these two member states explicitly, and we, the UEL group, back the calls this resolution makes to Turkey and Spain, be it that they are two completely different states. Turkey is on its way to authoritarian regime, and rule. Spain is a full-fledged democracy. In Turkey, the situation of politicians deteriorates by the day, Madam President. Just today, the Constitutional Court opened a procedure which could lead to the banning of the third biggest party in Parliament, HDP, and that could lead to the killing of the freedom of expression and assembly of elected parliamentarians. Some of them are esteemed members of this assembly. This is really something that must worry us all, and therefore the calls of the rapporteur in the resolution are more than justified. In Spain, as said, a full-fledged democracy, things are completely different. But on the other hand, there are problems, and the rapporteur rightly addresses these problems. The news that comes today from Spain is far better than the news from Turkey, because the government seems to intend to pardon those who are imprisoned or prosecuted in the near future, and that is to be wished, and that is, if our report is a small contribution to that, we should cherish that. Our group, the UEL, would very much be in favor of indeed a pardon or an amnesty or any other measure which could lead to the end of the imprisonment of and prosecution of these politicians. And finally, I hope that the rapporteur will use this year to closely follow the development in all 47 member states, because as said, we have problems in Turkey, we have problems in Spain, but we have problems in far more countries, and it's the task of this assembly to follow that. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Merci. Dernière oratrice de groupe politique, Madame Evers-Dettir pour le groupe des socialistes.
Merci, Madam President. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Mr. Boris Silevic, for his excellent report. We fully support our rapporteur, who has worked very diligently on this report. He has worked very hard to listen to all parties involved and to bring us a very well-founded and well-researched report. So I want to thank him very much for that. I'd also like to welcome the recent developments where we see that we are looking to, and we are hoping to see that 9 prisoners will be pardoned in Spain out of these politicians that this report is covering. So those are very welcome developments. I think they are an incredibly important step towards the reconciliation and resolution of this very delicate and difficult situation in Spain. I would also like to use this opportunity on behalf of our group to encourage the Turkish authorities to follow the example of their Spanish colleagues and release all opposition politicians from detention. Dear colleagues, this report is important for several reasons. Firstly, because it aims to protect one of the core functions of democracy, that is the freedom of expression of elected representatives. Without this freedom, democracy cannot function, practically speaking. It cannot function. Secondly, this report is important because it underlies the significance of upholding the rule of law, regardless, and this, I mean upholding the rule of law in all cases, and especially when it is hard to uphold the rule of law. And the rule of law, it also means that even though you do something that is illegal, the punishment cannot be disproportionate to the actual action that you committed. This is a very important principle that I believe to be violated in the case of the Catalonian politicians. And of course, by far in the case of the Turkish politicians, but I think that just goes far beyond. Finally, this report is important because it contains friendly advice from a friend to friends. In Iceland, we say, a friend is one who tells you when you are wrong. And this is what the Assembly will be doing by adopting this report. We are telling, as a friend, to our friends that they are wrong, and we are encouraging them to do better, and it should be taken in this way. And on that note, and because of this reason, I encourage you all, dear colleagues, to support this report and to vote for it later on during the vote. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Merci, Madame Levers de Tir. Nous continuons la liste des orateurs avec maintenant Monsieur Gutiérrez d'Espagne.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. En primer lugar, agradecer el esfuerzo, la dedicación y la disposición al diálogo de los dos ponentes, Boris Šilewicz y Péter López. Queridas señorías, mi pregunta es muy sencilla. En cada uno de vuestros países, si una parte de su territorio se quiere independizar sin un referéndum pactado y de forma unilateral, ¿su ordenamiento jurídico prevé un tipo penal para los autores de este acto de sedición? Yo os doy la respuesta, sí. Y el ordenamiento jurídico español y sus tribunales han cumplido la ley ante actos ilegales e inconstitucionales. El informe reconoce que España es un Estado de Derecho y siempre actuó conforme a la ley. Este es el núcleo del asunto. Si hay un conflicto de naturaleza política, se debe afrontar de manera política. Pero primero, la ley es igual para todos. Es un principio básico del Estado de Derecho. En España no se limita el derecho de sus políticos a expresar sus opiniones políticas. Nunca. Nuestra Constitución les protege y no obliga a una adhesión a sus principios. Se puede discrepar de ella. El Tribunal Supremo dice expresamente en su sentencia que no se condena a los políticos catalanes por declaraciones ni por convocar un referéndum, que no son delitos en mi país, sino por sedición, desobediencia y malversación de fondos públicos. Lo que no se puede hacer es intentar cambiar las normas de convivencia sin utilizar los marcos legales. El informe deja claro que España es un Estado de Derecho, una democracia plena y vibrante, que respeta la separación de poderes, que los políticos catalanes incumplieron las leyes y la Constitución y que la actuación judicial fue transparente y ejemplar. Pero después el informe hace dos tipos de recomendaciones. En la primera pide al Gobierno de España que abra un proceso de diálogo con las instituciones catalanas. Pide el indulto para los que han sido sentenciados y la revisión del delito de sedición. Y justo hace unas horas el presidente del Gobierno ha anunciado que el Consejo de Ministros de mañana otorgará estos indultos y reformará la sedición. Es una competencia del Gobierno. Puede ejercerla y la ejerce. Los problemas políticos deben tener una solución política. Ahora bien, en la segunda recomendación se pide al Gobierno de España que paralice las extradiciones y no continúe con los juicios pendientes. Y esto no puede hacerlo el Gobierno porque es una competencia judicial. Sería contrario a la independencia del Poder Judicial y a la separación de poderes. El Gobierno no puede incumplir una sentencia o una resolución judicial. Querido Boris, ¿puede la Asamblea Parlamentaria del Consejo de Europa opinar, valorar o comentar de manera crítica una sentencia de un Tribunal de Justicia Nacional? Por supuesto, siempre. Lo que no puede es ordenar al Gobierno que no cumpla una sentencia o una resolución judicial, porque eso es romper el Estado de Derecho y la democracia. Por eso, en este punto es donde nosotros hemos presentado nuestras enmiendas. Y, queridos colegas, el Consejo de Europa fue clave para la democratización de España en su ingreso en 1977. Fue parte de la solución para nuestro retorno a la democracia. Le pido que hoy, 44 años después, el Consejo de Europa también forme parte de la solución con unas recomendaciones justas y ajustadas a derecho. Les pido que quieran para España lo mismo que quieren para sus países, para sus estados. Todo dentro de la ley y por los canales legales. Nada en contra de la ley. Muchas gracias.
Merci. Je voulais passer la parole à Monsieur Calvet de France, mais je ne le vois pas. Il n'est pas assis ailleurs, non. Dans ce cas-là, j'ai passé la parole à Monsieur Yildiz de Turquie. Ah, il est là. Il est où? Il est connecté? Ah, il est en ligne, d'accord, excusez-moi. Monsieur Calvé, vous êtes en ligne, je n'ai pas regardé l'ordinateur. C'est à vous, merci.
Voilà. Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues, je veux tout d'abord remercier nos collègues Boris Selivitz et Péter Lopez pour leur analyse sur un sujet très important. Comme le souligne le rapport de Boris, dans une démocratie vivante, les responsables politiques doivent pouvoir exercer librement leur mandat. Notre Assemblée a déjà travaillé sur ces questions par le passé et doit à nouveau inviter les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe à défendre la liberté d'expression ainsi que la liberté de réunion des responsables politiques. Je m'en tiendrai à la situation espagnole. La situation catalane crée un malaise, car plusieurs responsables politiques catalans ont été condamnés à de longues peines de prison pour sédition et d'autres crimes, entre autres, pour des déclarations faites dans l'exercice de leur mandat politique en faveur du référendum sur l'indépendance de la Catalogne organisé en octobre 2017. Devant la Commission des Affaires européennes du Sénat, j'avais interpellé en janvier dernier la commissaire aux droits de l'homme du Conseil de l'Europe sur son action dans ce dossier éminemment sensible politique. J'ai lu avec attention les avis divergents déposés par certains de nos collègues espagnols qui contestent l'analyse de notre rapporteur. Pour ma part, j'y adhère pleinement et il me paraît nécessaire que l'approche du gouvernement espagnol évolue, je le dis franchement. Soyons clairs, il ne nous appartient pas ici de nous prononcer sur le bien fondé de l'action politique en faveur de l'indépendantisme de la Catalogne. En revanche, le processus judiciaire espagnol qui a conduit à condamner 9 personnalités politiques de premier plan à des peines de prison allant de 9 à 13 ans mérite qu'on s'y attarde au nom de la défense des droits de l'homme et des valeurs démocratiques que nous partageons au Conseil de l'Europe. Notre collègue analyse finement comment la notion de sédition a été interprétée de manière très extensive. Je soutiens son appel à la réforme des dispositions pénales relatives à la sédition, de même que j'appuie fortement sa demande de grâce des responsables politiques catalans condamnés, ainsi que l'arrêt des procédures d'extradition des responsables politiques catalans vivant à l'étranger et l'abandon des poursuites visant des fonctionnaires de rang inférieur. Le résultat des dernières élections régionales en Catalogne l'a encore montré. Il n'y aura pas de solution durable sans un dialogue ouvert et constructif de la part de Madrid. Je me félicite donc, quelques heures avant notre débat, que le chef de gouvernement espagnol ait annoncé son intention de gracier les 9 responsables politiques catalans condamnés à des peines de prison. Cela témoigne de l'importance et de la portée de nos débats. Merci.
Merci, monsieur. Je passe maintenant la parole à monsieur Yildiz de Turquie. C'est à vous.
Chair, with all due respect to Rapporteur Selivitch, we found a lot of discrepancies and mistakes in this report. We thought that it would not be possible to correct them with amendments. That's why we just gave a dissenting opinion in the legal committee, and we will continue that way. But I will give a specific example about it, and I am insisting on this. Paragraph 7.1 says that politicians are criminalized in Turkey for just referring the inhabitants of the southeastern region of Turkey as Kurds. Saying Kurds as Turks is a crime in Turkey. I have never heard such a thing in Turkey. I never remember, neither in my capacity as an individual citizen, nor a bureaucrat before jumping into politics, nor as an MP, neither in my capacity as chairperson of this commission. Not from our MPs, Kurdish MPs in my party, they are more than 50. Not from any opposition MPs in the parliament. I think it is a factual mistake received from another written text. I urge Mr. Rapporteur Selivitch to correct it in any possible way, procedural way. maybe with oral amendment. To my amazement, I heard from the statements here a lot of stereotype on my country, even discriminating among the judiciaries of the countries. If anybody, of course, it is listened from road, it is very clear, especially about the decisions of the Turkish Constitutional Court and Spanish courts. Yes, this HDP case is in the front of Constitutional Court. We never know, we can never prejudge the conclusion. But in Spain, the Constitutional Court closed the party a long time ago, rightfully, because of separatism, because of illegal actions. So this double standard is really bothering and really making my motivation less and less day by day here, and the monitoring committee still. Everybody gives us here example of the court decisions, but many court decisions are not implemented, even on the PKK terrorism. That's why we will continue on this dissenting opinion to these reports, and I still urge the rapporteur to correct this sentence I mentioned, because whoever hears this in Turkey, they will ask, are you kidding? Thank you.
Merci, monsieur. Je donne la parole maintenant à monsieur Cotier de Suisse.
Merci, madame la présidente de séance. J'aimerais remercier le rapporteur, monsieur Šilewicz, pour ce travail qu'il a fourni. Son rapport a le mérite de rappeler les règles de la liberté d'expression et notamment celles des responsables politiques. Mais il en souligne aussi les limites et ce qu'elles n'autorisent pas, notamment les incitations à la haine ou à la violence, ou le renversement de l'ordre constitutionnel par la violence ou par des moyens illégaux. Le Conseil de l'Europe est un garant de la démocratie et notre Assemblée a donc raison, et même le devoir, de rappeler que le débat politique, même vif, doit pouvoir se tenir sans peur de représailles légales disproportionnées. Le débat, au fond, c'est le sang qui coule dans les veines de nos démocraties. Mon pays, la Suisse, souvent cité comme modèle de cohabitation entre régions, langues et cultures, a lui aussi connu des tensions autour de ce qu'on a appelé la question jurassienne, qui a abouti en 1979 à la naissance d'un 26e canton, celui du Jura. Et certains membres de notre Assemblée vous en parleront beaucoup mieux que moi. Mais cette discussion ne s'est pas terminée en 1979, elle s'est poursuivie pendant une cinquantaine d'années, jusqu'à tout récemment, autour de l'avenir de la partie sud du Jura, qui était restée rattachée au canton de Berne. Plusieurs scrutins se sont tenus, le dernier il y a quelques semaines, qui a vu une municipalité, la ville de Moutier, décider de changer de canton à l'issue d'un référendum populaire dont le résultat a été reconnu par toutes les parties. Ce processus de règlement d'un litige territorial qui touche à sa fin s'est donc étendu sur 50 ans. Il a connu de nombreux soubresauts, des périodes de vives tensions. Il s'est matérialisé par des solutions acceptables pour tous au moment où un dialogue politique constructif s'est mis en place et que des processus politiques ont été initiés dans le respect de la légalité et dans le cadre des institutions démocratiques existantes. Alors toutes les situations sont différentes et on ne peut évidemment pas les comparer, mais la clé c'est certainement celle-ci, l'institution d'un dialogue politique constructif. Cela demande du temps, cela demande du courage et une forte volonté politique. C'est une route souvent longue et souvent sinueuse, frustrante parfois, mais c'est la seule possible. Le rapport a donc raison d'inviter tous les États du Conseil de l'Europe à y être attentifs et à ne pas museler l'expression politique légitime de divergence. Il s'inquiète une nouvelle fois de la situation en Turquie et notre Assemblée a eu l'occasion d'en débattre en détail au début de cette année. Et il émet des recommandations qui nous semblent raisonnables à l'égard de l'Espagne, un pays à la démocratie vivante qui se trouve dans une situation très différente. Et c'est vrai qu'il y a quelque chose de particulier à avoir ces deux pays dans le même rapport. Néanmoins, nous aurons l'occasion de débattre en détail des recommandations avec les amendements qui nous sont proposés, mais dans l'ensemble, notre Assemblée aura raison de souligner l'importance de la proportionnalité des peines, tout en rappelant l'illégalité de certaines actions et d'appeler le gouvernement espagnol à la recherche du dialogue. Et d'ailleurs, on peut se réjouir de ce qu'on a entendu aujourd'hui de la part du Premier ministre espagnol qui semble aller dans cette direction. Je vous remercie.
Merci, messieurs. La parole est maintenant à Madame Zorabian d'Arménie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, chers collègues. Surtout aujourd'hui, alors que la haine et l'intolérance sont devenus un grave problème en Europe et que les politiciens ont la grande responsabilité de préserver la culture politique du populisme, des mensonges, des manipulations et des outils inacceptables dans la lutte contre les opposants politiques, notre discussion d'aujourd'hui est plus que jamais d'actualité. Oui, un homme politique doit avoir un mandat pour exercer son droit à la liberté d'expression qui, cependant, ne peut pas avoir de ligne rouge. Quand le président de l'Azerbaïdjan appelle les Arméniens des menteurs et dit que 30 ans de l'Artsakh a été le main des monstres, des bêtes sauvages et des chacals, lorsque déclare que les Arméniens seront expulsés de l'Artsakh comme des chiens, quand dans le parc de trophées à Bakou se trouvent les mannequins humiliants des soldats arméniens, les représentants de l'élite politique de ce pays font un tour pour les écoliers et les nourrissent de haine. Je suis plus que sûre que le racisme et l'arménophobie ne peuvent pas être considérés comme une liberté d'expression et doivent être évités. Chers collègues, le 13 juin, l'Azerbaïdjan a renvoyé 15 prisonniers de guerre en Arménie, les échangeant avec des cartes des camps de mines. Les autorités arméniennes étaient obligées d'exiger tous nos prisonniers de guerre, car je ne sais pas ce que l'Azerbaïdjan exigera maintenant pour le retour des autres prisonniers de guerre. Et si notre institut n'applique pas de sanctions spécifiques à ce pays, je crains que de nombreuses mères arméniennes n'embrassent leurs fils. Pourquoi ne suspendez-vous pas le droit de vote de la délégation azerbaïdjanaise? Pourquoi n'exigez-vous pas que les instituts internationales saisissent les comptes bancaires européens de la famille Aliyev et de son clan?
On
J'ai
revient
parlé
au
aux garçons
rapport,
qui
s'il vous
sont
plaît.
rentrés au pays il y a 2 semaines. Ils ont vu l'envers dans la prison à Bakou. Il était en enfer. L'appel à l'Azerbaïdjan n'est plus de sang. Des sanctions concrètes sont nécessaires. Sinon, l'Azerbaïdjan pourrait devenir la dernière cimetière de l'Europe et des valeurs européennes.
Merci, Madame. J'aimerais qu'on revienne au rapport quand même, parce qu'on s'en éloigne quelque peu. Et donc, je vais donner maintenant la parole à Monsieur Meresko d'Ukraine, qui, je pense, va lui parler sur le rapport de Monsieur Šilewicz.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur for having prepared such an important and interesting report raising serious issues of political and public life. As a matter of principle, to the politicians should be guaranteed freedom of speech and expression in the course of implementing their political mandate, because without this freedom they would be unable to adequately express their own political views as well as convey the views of their constituencies. Let me quote American President Harry Truman, who once said, quote, "Once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of opposition, it has only one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes a source of terror to all its citizens and creates a country where everyone lives in fear." End of quote. Of course, the freedom of speech cannot be absolute and unlimited. Let me give you just one almost hypothetical example. Imagine that a politician who has thousands of supporters call upon his supporters to storm a building of parliament. In this regard, his freedom of expression, his words can cause serious problems. Dear colleagues, what are the boundaries of the freedom of speech and expression for politicians? I believe that there are several kinds of these boundaries and correspondingly several kinds of responsibility: political, ethical, and legal. Political boundaries are relatively easy to define because when a politician abuses his freedom of speech and expression, he can be not re-elected next time when he runs for office. Ethical boundaries are about a code of ethics or unwritten ethical rules for the members of parliament. In this regard, it is expedient to consider developing uniform minimal standards of ethical rules, so-called Uniform Code of Ethics, for the parliaments of the Council of Europe member states. As for the legal responsibility for the abuse of the freedom of speech by politicians, it is a rather complicated matter and depends upon the level of political culture and democracy in a given society. Perhaps we need here a clear and objective criterion allowing us to distinguish freedom of speech necessary in the political discourse from its abuse. We also need to take into account a context in which the freedom of speech is being exercised. For instance, in times of war, the scope of freedom of speech might be narrower than in times of peace. As a hypothesis, I'd like to suggest that we need to analyze a causal link between words uttered by a politician and their social consequences. In the words of a politician, if the words of a politician inevitably lead to such an effect in the minds of listeners, which causes them to commit a crime against legitimate state institutions or rights of other people, then we might be dealing with the abuse of the freedom of speech. On the other hand, in each concrete case, we need to weigh carefully against each other such values as freedom of speech and thought, free exchange of views in a democratic and open society on the one hand, and law and order, as well as the need to protect human rights, human dignity, and democratic institutions on the other hand. And striking a balance between these values is not an easy task, which can be solved by a truly independent court in a democratic, open and free society, firmly based on the rule of law principle. Thank you.
Merci. Je donne maintenant la parole à Madame Martínez Ferro d'Espagne.
Merci. ¿Deben ser procesados los políticos por declaraciones realizadas en el ejercicio de su mandato? Es la pregunta que da título a este informe, a la que todos los aquí presentes evidentemente votaríamos que no. El derecho a la libertad de expresión es el derecho fundamental básico sobre el que se apoya nuestra actividad política, pero en el caso de España se trata de una pregunta engañosa y directamente falsa. No hay ningún político en España condenado por ejercer la libertad de expresión. Aquí la pregunta pertinente para este informe sería: ¿se pueden usar los recursos del Estado para dar un golpe a ese propio Estado? Los políticos presos en España lo están por haber utilizado los recursos públicos para promover la independencia de un territorio, movilizando estructuras públicas contra el Gobierno central. Esto es delito en la mayoría de los países del Consejo de Europa y es contrario a las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Venecia y las de Greco también. Los representantes públicos tenemos un mandato que se sujeta a la ley. Cada diputado en España, al prometer su cargo, se somete a la Constitución. La promete guardar y hacer guardar. Una Constitución que fue fruto de un consenso y que ha permitido los mejores 40 años de la historia de España. Y es contra esa Constitución contra la que atentaron los políticos condenados en España, tras un proceso judicial con todas las garantías. En octubre de 2017, lo que los políticos independentistas catalanes decidieron fue plantear una rebelión. Se enfrentaron al Estado, actuaron fuera de la ley, saltándose la ley para imponer la suya. Los políticos independentistas plantearon un desafío siendo conocedores de sus consecuencias, pero creyendo que no nos atreveríamos a ponerlas en marcha. Desafiaron la unidad de España y España se defendió como es su obligación y con un juicio limpio, justo y transparente. Con ese juicio se les juzgó. Fueron condenados por, escuche bien, señor Sílevics, sedición, malversación de caudales públicos, eso es corrupción, y desobediencia, delitos que no guardan relación alguna con la libertad de expresión, nada que ver con la libertad de expresión. Hoy se les pretende otorgar un indulto presidencial y unilateral, un indulto que no cumple ninguna de sus condiciones. El Tribunal Supremo que los juzgó es contrario a los mismos. Los presos no solamente no han pedido dicho indulto, sino que no se han arrepentido y además han prometido reincidir. Este informe, desoyendo las recomendaciones del Tribunal Europeo de Derechos Humanos, de la Comisión de Venecia y de Greco, además de ser parcial, completamente parcial, está creando un peligroso precedente, avalando a todos aquellos políticos que en sus Estados miembros decidan ignorar la ley para plantear reformas y que decidan además acudir a la rebelión para saltársela. De esta manera pondremos en peligro la estabilidad institucional y la estabilidad del Estado de Derecho. Por eso, señorías, les pido el voto contrario a este informe.
Merci, madame. La parole est maintenant à monsieur Avetizian d'Arménie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also want to thank the rapporteur for his work, which we have also discussed in our party. The thing with the comparing Spain and Turkey is very difficult for me because as an observer, for me, it's clearly that Spain is much more a democratic country than Turkey, at this stage at least, can ever aspire to. But a problem of the understanding is that we say, should the politicians be held accountable for their speeches or actions? Which politicians? It is always from the central or a higher government looking onto the just politicians. Should the leaders of the state be responsible for what they are saying? And oftentimes this is the focus that we don't see, that it is usually a repressive mechanism that are used. For example, in Turkey it's not only problematic with the issue of the Kurds, that's another matter, it's problematic even to talk about Armenian genocide. And people can be punished for that, and there could be people who can be jailed for that. And that's somehow the way of countries protecting their unity or certain societal fabric. The Swiss example, I think, is one of the best ones in that case, because that's the only way where the dialogues between different groups is happening. And I think that the best way of actually guaranteeing certain societal cohesion is the dialogue, is actually more inclusion. More pressing we are on this issue, less likely that that part is going to remain with the country. Of course, if you are denying people their identity, it's likely that they are going to secede. If they are having a physical threat to their life for being what they are, if they were born like that, I mean, it's not that their choice, they are going to do something. But I really think that we should carefully measure when we talk about these issues, and I think that the arguments should be taken as more of an advice, and I think that Spain should be really differentiated from the Turkey on this matter for sure. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur. La parole est maintenant à monsieur Ispagne, d'Espagne.
President, the report hides that the politicians were prosecuted because their acts, not because their statements. Their acts against the law, not because their statements. Politicians in prisons are also in Latvia, Mr. Silvic. In Latvia, there are politicians in prison also. The report accepts that a territorial unity of a country could be broken by an elected authority against the Constitution and against the rule of law. The report is against the Venice Commission that said that only are legal the referendums that are approved following the Constitution. The report is against the European Court of Human Rights, because in the 2019 decision, the European Court of Human Rights rejected the appeal of the Catalan politicians and stated that the Spanish Constitution's court requirements should be obeyed. The report is also against the European Court of Human Rights that established that the doctrine of the margin of appreciation. We have different legal systems and open a debate about the penalties that we have in our codes could be an unfinished debate. That's why the court stated this decision. The report is also against the Greco decisions. The politicians were also condemned because of corruption. They bribe and they waste public money in an illegal referendum. They were condemned also for embezzle. The report is also against the common sense. The politicians that have been condemned, they have said that they will do it again, that they don't regret anything. So why do you want a pardon, a presidential pardon for those politicians that want to do the same again? Also, the Spanish High Court has said that because of this, they don't deserve any kind of privilege that you want to give to them. The report is always against the spirit of this assembly. The non-nationalist minority of Catalonia, from the right to the extreme left, was crushed by the majority, and the answer of Mr. Silvic is that this assembly does not nothing to say about the right of parliamentary minorities. The report is against of what this chamber means and what we represented and why we ask for here. Spain is a strong democracy, a decentralized country with independent courts of justice. Spain has nothing to do and is completely different of what Mr. Silevich shows in this report. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur. La parole est à Madame Castel d'Espagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I am speaking on behalf of those retaliated against. Today, I am speaking on behalf of the leaders in jail and on behalf of those in exile. On the 1st of October of 2017, Catalonia voted in a referendum. Voting never can be a crime, more so when done pacifically. Dialogue, negotiation, and voting crystallizes democracy. Do you know how many Catalans today want to decide their future through a referendum? 80%, colleagues, 80%. And do you know how many times Catalans have asked for a referendum accorded with Spain? 18 times. Not once the Spanish government has wanted to negotiate. What is the solution here, dear colleagues? The president of my party is in jail for organizing a referendum, 13 years. Hear this. In Spain, sentence for raping between 1 and 5 years prison time. Putting ballot boxes by democratically elected leaders after demands of citizenship, 13 years. I want to share with you some examples of how Spanish institutions have been used to persecute us. Patriotic police and political espionage organized from inside the Ministry of Interior. Economical harassment launched by the Court of Audits with millions in bails. Judicial harassment with over 105 criminal cases against us. And the unconstitutional suspension of Catalonia's autonomy criticized even by the United Nations Special Rapporteurs. And because of all of the above, dear colleagues, I proposed to insert specifically the word amnesty in this report, because as one of the options, of course, because the pardon proposed is only the first step, of course, but only helps 9 of them, not the 105 criminal cases against pro-independence supporters. And it is partial. The leaders will not be able to run for public office. And pardons are subject to appeal and challenge. What will happen if the government changes? For all the above, amnesty is the solution because it returns in the political arena what is a political case. I finalize, I conclude. We celebrate the recommendations of the rapporteur, whom we thank for this work, and we encourage you to support it. These situations, dear colleagues, only will be solved with dialogue, negotiation, amnesty, and referendum. And we have been and always will be on the negotiation table. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame. Dernier orateur, compte tenu de l'heure, Monsieur SZIJJÁRTÓ de Turquie. Où est-il? Ah, pardon.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished members of the Parliamentary Assembly, allow me first and foremost to express my appreciation to the rapporteur, Mr. Boris Cilevic, for this report, and also Mr. Péter Lopez for his opinion on the report. The report shows with substantial evidence and solid argumentation, including references to the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, to previous resolutions of the Assembly relevant to the topic in discussion, to the constitutions and the decisions of the constitutional courts of the countries dealt with in the report, and also to the principles depicted in the several appropriate decisions of the Venice Commission that politicians should not be prosecuted for statements made in the exercise of their mandate. With its evidence, the report is hardly disputable. In the case of Turkey, however, I would like to flag one hesitation of mine. The report goes too far in identifying the use of word Kurds or Kurdish region as a cause of criminal offense and mentions them as a justification for prosecution. I would not deny the fact that this used to be the case in the past in Turkey. However, it seems no longer to continue. With this caveat and with our reservation to Article 7.1 and 9.2.3, we support this report. But there is another aspect of this question that I'm willing to share with you today. On 17 June, the provincial party headquarters of HDP in Izmir faced a brutal attack which ended with the death of a woman who was in the party's building. Her name was Deniz Poyraz. She was 38 years old. Deniz Poyraz was not an employee in the building. She was covering a shift for her mother on that specific day because her mother was ill and could not go to work. The assassin, who does not deserve to be named, appears to be an ultranationalist who believed in false allegations that the building was filled with PKK terrorists. Because in Turkey, the political authorities who belong to the parties of the governing alliance try to identify the HDP and also my party, the Republican People's Party, as collaborators with terrorist organizations. Whenever the ruling authority feels challenged by the opinions of the opposition on policy matters, they simply blame the dissenting views as terrorist propaganda or accuse the owners of such opinions as terrorists. And there are people who believe in that unjustified and utterly brutal propaganda. They simply draw the conclusion that they should kill those alleged terrorists so that they would be considered as heroes. They fail to grasp the fact that they are actually being manipulated by means of a calculated, systematic hate speech, which by itself is a crime. Politicians should not be prosecuted for statements made in the exercise of their mandate, but politicians who use hate speech to consolidate their power, who condone violence against certain persons or groups of persons on the grounds of race, origin, religion, or political opinions, and who provoke potential assassins to brutally murder innocent people should be prosecuted. They should be prosecuted in order not to have other victims like Deniz Poyraz. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur. Je dois maintenant interrompre la liste des oratrices et des orateurs. Les oratrices et orateurs inscrits qui, présents dans le débat ou connectés à distance, n'auraient pu s'exprimer peuvent, dans les 4 heures, transmettre leur intervention dactylographiée au service de la séance pour publication en compte-rendu, sous réserve que les orateurs connectés à distance puissent faire état de leur présence effective au moment où le débat sera clôturé. Cette transmission doit être effectuée par voie électronique. Monsieur le rapporteur, vous avez 3 minutes pour répondre aux intervenants. C'est à vous.
Okay, Madam President, so we'll try to be as brief as possible. Madam Bakayanis, Mr. Howell, I never said that the situation in Spain and Turkey is identical. It's absolutely clear, both from the text of my explanatory memorandum and from the text of suggested draft resolution. Words or deeds, statements or deeds. Sorry, colleagues, what are our deeds as politicians? These are statements and votes and nothing else. This is what we are doing on a daily basis. Everybody agrees that convicted Catalan leaders did not use violence. They did not organize terrorist acts. They were just talking and voting. That's all. And for this, they were convicted. So I cannot accept this criticism that they were convicted for deeds but not statements. Mr. Yildiz and Mr. Cheveko, thank you for your information. It's really very good to hear that people are not anymore convicting for using the words Kurds or Kurdish. I will double check the list of cases which are mentioned in the annex to this report, and this is certainly an improvement, and I wish to see more news of the kind coming from Turkey. Madam Martinez-Ferro and Mr. Hispan, corruption. Corruption has nothing to do at all with the issue we are discussing now. Corruption is not mentioned in the verdicts of the Spanish courts. Corruption is not mentioned in the indictment. These people were never accused in corruption. Why are you talking about corruption? Do you know what your own Spanish courts have decided about this? Mr. Hispan and also Madame Bakayanis, you referred to the Venice Commission. We requested opinion of the Venice Commission, and it's crystal clear. These judgments are disproportional, they are against the rule of law. Why are you referring to the Venice Commission? The Venice Commission fully confirms what is written in this report, 100%. European Court of Human Rights has never considered any convictions. The European Court of Human Rights considered inadmissible a different complaint by Catalan politicians. Yes, indeed, the Constitutional Court had the right to stop putting on the agenda this issue of independence and a referendum. And this is right, and this is said in the report. So you cannot refer to the European Court of Human Rights to prove your position. And finally, Madam Castel, I would like to remind you that this report is not about status of Catalonia. The referendum was illegal. Yes, we have to accept this. This was against the Constitution. The problem is that the punishment is disproportional. And what is disproportional is clearly against the rule of law. And my final point, Mr. Hispan, yes, of course, legal systems are very different, but we are here in this hemicycle because we believe in common standards of human rights and rule of law. And any diverse legal systems must respect these basic principles. And this is my main message to our Spanish friends and Turkish friends. Yes, indeed, let's stay diverse, but let's respect these basic standards of rule of law. Thank you, Madam President.
Merci, Monsieur le rapporteur. Est-ce que Monsieur Keridis, en tant que vice-président de la Commission, vous souhaitez intervenir? 3 minutes aussi, merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I had the honor to preside over the debate as the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, and try to fit in the very big shoes of my esteemed colleague, Mr. Cilevic, who was the rapporteur. Already you have, my job here is just to give you a subjective a flavor of what went on in the proceedings of the committee. You already have got a very big flavor of that in the debate here. I have some very strong views about the matters that were hotly debated, which I could not, of course, express, and I will try to stick to my objectivity and dispassionate reporting as much as possible. 5 points. Point number 1, we invested a lot of time in this report, disproportionate to what has happened in the past, much more than the usual. We had 2 debates, one on June 3rd for like 3.5 hours, and one today for another 1.5 hours, a total of 5 hours. There was no major or any even minor disagreement on the general principles of the report in regards to the need for full freedom of politicians to express their views and statements. Point number 3, there was some disagreement, but not really much, in regards to the case of Turkey. Point number 4, there was much more of a disagreement when the matter came to Spain, as it is expected. Let me just very briefly describe this disagreement. It can be analyzed in 3-4 points. There was a lot of reaction to the confusion of quote-unquote Spain with Turkey. The fact if there was an act or statement and words. The criminal offense of sedition, and the matter of violence, if there was violence, how much violence, etc., arguments that you have heard here in the hemisphere. I'm concluding with the following statement, my 5th point. To complete the picture, I have to say that no amendment was carried, was voted without the support of the rapporteur. In other words, any amendment that was rejected by the rapporteur was rejected by the committee itself, a sign of the great esteem and respect that the members of the committee hold our esteemed colleague, our chairman. I will give you the details of the exact voting when the time comes with the amendments. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Keridis. La discussion générale est close. La Commission des questions juridiques a présenté un projet de résolution sur lequel 18 amendements et un amendement oral ont été déposés. J'ai cru comprendre que la présidence de la Commission des questions juridiques souhaite proposer à l'Assemblée de considérer les amendements numéros 1, 2 et 8 qui ont été adoptés à l'unanimité par la Commission comme adoptés par l'Assemblée. Est-ce bien le cas, Monsieur le Vice-président ? Oui. Y a-t-il une objection dans l'hémicycle ou à distance? S'il y en a, veuillez vous manifester, les présents en levant la main, ceux participant en distance en demandant la parole. Nous devons vérifier que l'objection a le soutien requis de 10 personnes. Non. Il n'y a pas d'objection, donc les amendements numéros 1, 2 et 8 sur le projet de résolution sont donc déclarés adoptés définitivement. Mes chers collègues, je vous rappelle que le temps d'intervention pour chaque amendement est limité à 1 minute. Je demande aux parlementaires participant à distance de demander la parole que lorsqu'ils ont à défendre leur propre amendement ou qu'ils souhaitent s'exprimer contre un amendement. Alors, nous avons un amendement oral numéro 1. La présidence a été saisie par M. Tilly Cox de l'amendement oral suivant. L'alinéa 1 est complété par les mots « y compris sur les réseaux sociaux ». En vertu de l'article 34.7a du règlement, le président peut, à titre exceptionnel, déclarer recevable un amendement oral s'il estime qu'il est destiné à apporter une clarification, à tenir compte de faits nouveaux ou à permettre une conciliation. Je considère cet amendement oral comme recevable au regard des critères du règlement. Il ne peut toutefois être pris en compte si 10 représentants ou suppléants au moins s'y opposent. Dans ce cas, veuillez vous manifester, les présents en levant la main, ceux participant à distance en demandant la parole. Nous devons vérifier que l'objection a le soutien requis de 10 personnes. Non plus. Il n'y a donc pas d'objection à la prise en compte de cet amendement oral. La parole est en ce cas-là à M. Tilly Cox pour soutenir l'amendement oral. Vous avez 1 minute.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. As you said rightly, this is to clarify the text that media includes also social media, as we know by now. And I was happy that the committee accepted it and the rapporteur accepted it as well. So I hope that the Assembly will also accept it. Thank you very much.
Est-ce que quelqu'un demande la parole contre cet amendement? Non. Monsieur Cox avait dit que la Commission a adopté cet amendement oral. Vous confirmez? Oui. Nous allons procéder au vote sur l'amendement oral. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage. L'amendement oral est adopté. Alors, je crois que l'amendement numéro 1... Oui, l'amendement numéro 1 a été adopté à l'unanimité, donc on passe. L'amendement numéro 2 également. Nous passons à l'amendement numéro 3. La parole est à M. Péter López pour soutenir l'amendement numéro 3 au nom de la Commission sur l'égalité.
Como ya he expuesto en la opinión que se redactó y he explicado anteriormente, la enmienda recoge algunos de los hechos ocurridos después de las elecciones locales en Turquía, por ejemplo, y pedimos incluir que la Asamblea condene el imprisionamiento de al menos 47 alcaldes que habían sido elegidos democráticamente y que han sido quitados de sus puestos simplemente por declaraciones. Entre ellos los de algunas ciudades importantes como Diyarbakir, Van, Mardin y Kars. Esta información, además, ha sido también recogida en un informe por parte de la Comisión de Venecia. Gracias por su consideración.
Merci. Quelqu'un demande-t-il la parole contre cet amendement? Oui, Monsieur Yildiz.
Madam Chair, certainly I am against this because all these cases are in the judiciary and some of the, especially city councillors, were reinstituted. It is at the end in the judiciary. Thank you.
Quel est l'avis de la Commission?
The committee approved the amendment by a large majority, meaning more than a two-thirds majority.
Merci. Nous allons maintenant procéder au vote sur l'amendement. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. J'attends l'affichage du résultat. L'amendement numéro 3 a été adopté. Nous passons à l'amendement numéro 16. La parole est à Madame Castel pour soutenir l'amendement numéro 16.
Merci, Madam Chair. Replace the word illegal for unauthorized. While it is repeated in different instances, we propose only in the most relevant part because, first, organizing a referendum was decriminalized in 2005, so the term illegal, we think that is not accurate. And from the international human rights perspective, a pacific referendum should never be criminalized or sanctioned under any circumstances. And more important, when it comes to historical events, it must be noted that on the 1st of October, it was by the Constitutional Court under suspension. And it was not until the 17th of October that it was declared unconstitutional. That is the reason. Therefore, for the sake of accuracy of historical events, we propose this amendment. Thank you.
Merci, Madame. Quelqu'un demande-t-il la parole contre l'amendement? Oui, je vous en prie. Monsieur Isban, oui, pardon. Je vous en prie, Monsieur Isban.
Illegal is what it's against. I'm against the amendment. Illegal is what Venice Commission said. What a referendum that is launched against the Constitution is. And what happened in Spain, 1st October 2017, was an illegal referendum.
L'avis de la Commission?
The committee rejected the amendment by a large majority.
Très bien, nous allons procéder au vote sur l'amendement. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin... Ah, ça bouge encore. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage. L'amendement numéro 16 a été rejeté. Il n'est pas adopté. L'amendement numéro 4, la parole est à M. Péret-Lopez pour soutenir l'amendement au nom de la Commission sur l'égalité saisie pour avis. Je vous en prie.
Sí, gracias. La enmienda es una clarificación sobre lo que apuntaba Boris Ilevich en el sentido que se estaba llevando al debate público la necesidad de reformar los delitos de rebelión y sedición, en el sentido, más concretamente, no tanto en el de rebelión, sí en el de sedición, sobre la necesidad de actualizar, de poner al día y de delimitar más adecuadamente la definición de este delito en el Código Penal en español. Gracias.
Merci. Quelqu'un demande la parole contre l'amendement? Monsieur Ispan?
The Court of Human Rights have stated that the margin of appreciation doctrine That means that we have different legal systems or law codes and penal codes and penal laws are different, and we can have an unfinished debate about how much penalties should have any crime. So that's why I ask for reject this amendment.
L'avis de la Commission?
The Commission approved the amendment.
Nous allons donc procéder au vote sur l'amendement. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage des résultats. L'amendement numéro 4 a été adopté. Amendement numéro 5, Monsieur Péret-Lopez, au nom de la Commission sur l'égalité, saisi pour avis.
La misma línea de otras enmiendas anteriores y otras que han sido aprobadas directamente por los comités, también recogiendo recomendaciones del comité de la Comisión de Venecia, y para recoger más estrictamente, más al día, la situación que realmente se vive en Turquía, se incluye esta enmienda en el sentido de reconocer como elegidos los 6 candidatos que obtuvieron más votos en las elecciones de 31 de marzo del 2016 en 6 de las grandes ciudades de la región kurda en Turquía. Por tanto, pido el soporte para esta enmienda. Gracias.
Quelqu'un veut parler contre cet amendement? Oui, je vous en prie. C'est qui?
Madame
Dunay. Pardon, Madame Dunay.
Thank you. As Mr. Yildiz indicated in the Amendment 3, the procedure followed concerning the mayors in question are in full accordance with the relevant national legislation and subject to judicial review. Therefore, this amendment should not be accepted. Thank you.
Très bien. Quel est l'avis de la Commission?
5 was approved by the committee by a large majority.
Nous allons procéder au vote sur l'amendement. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Oui, ça bouge. L'amendement numéro 5 a été adopté. Monsieur Lopez pour l'amendement numéro 6, pour soutenir.
Gracias. Vista la situación que se vive de manera sistemática, particularmente en la región kurda y con los partidos y los candidatos pro-kurdos, parece necesario, desde la perspectiva de la Comisión de Igualdad y No Discriminación, solicitar a Turquía que firme y ratifique la Convención Marco del Consejo de Europa para la Protección de las Minorías Nacionales. Gracias.
Quelqu'un contre l'amendement? Madame Dunay.
This amendment is not objective, since there are other countries, such as France and Monaco, that did not sign and ratify the said Framework Convention. Furthermore, it is up to the member states to decide which convention they would be party to, as long as their national practices are in line with their international obligations. Please take this into account. Thank you.
L'avis de la Commission?
Approved by a large majority.
Très bien, nous allons procéder au vote sur cet amendement. Le scrutin est donc ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Quel est l'affichage des résultats? L'amendement numéro 6 est adopté. Nous passons à l'amendement numéro 7. Monsieur Péret-Lopez? Ah non.
Señora Presidenta, esta es una enmienda que lleva ya un largo recorrido que hemos tenido ocasión de debatir con el rapporteur principal, que sí que fue aprobada por la Comisión de Igualdad y No Discriminación y que, en cambio, este mediodía no ha sido aprobada por la Comisión de Legal Affairs. La enmienda que propongo, aunque tiene un redactado aparentemente similar con el texto original del rapporteur, creo que se adapta más, en primer lugar, a los estándares internacionales. Creo que su contenido es más objetivo y claro. No entra en algunas interpretaciones que hace el rapporteur en su enmienda. Y, por tanto, creo que, adaptándonos a lo que tiene que ser una recomendación que surge del Consejo de Europa, creo que es necesario que no se introduzcan estos elementos más subjetivos y que la recomendación sea clara, concreta, que no dé lugar a interpretaciones y que se adecue a los estándares internacionales. Gracias.
Quelqu'un demande-t-il la parole contre cet amendement? Monsieur SZIJJÁRTÓ.
And this is the only amendment from the Equality Committee with which I unfortunately cannot agree. The matter is that, as we discussed, the organization of a constitutional referendum was explicitly decriminalized several years ago. And this is really very important not to allow to criminalize it de facto again. So, because these Catalan politicians were convicted under different article on sedition, and when reforming this article, it's necessary to make it in such a way that not to recriminalize again this decriminalized action. So this is why I believe the current version, the version suggested by me, is better because it says this explicitly. So I am against. Thank you.
La Commission, quel est son avis?
The committee rejected the amendment number 7 by a large majority.
En sachant que, je le dis quand même, si l'amendement numéro 7 est adopté, l'amendement 13 tombe, et inversement. Donc, maintenant que vous savez ça, vous allez pouvoir procéder au vote sur l'amendement numéro 7. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage des résultats. L'amendement numéro 7 a été rejeté. Nous passons donc à l'amendement numéro 13. Et la parole est à Monsieur Gutiérrez pour soutenir l'amendement numéro 13. Ce n'est pas vous qui voulez le soutenir. Qui c'est qui veut soutenir cet amendement?
It's my partner, Sergio Gutiérrez. He is in the video.
Alors, s'il est en ligne, je lui donne la parole s'il la demande. Allez-y. Voilà.
Sí. Sí, muchas gracias. En la misma línea, porque una cosa es debatir sobre el delito de rebelión o de sedición y otra decir que se condenan por hechos que no se han condenado. No se ha condenado nunca por la organización de un referéndum ilegal, sino por destinar fondos públicos sin la autorización jurídica pertinente y legal pertinente para tal fin. Al igual que creemos que no se puede entrar en cuestiones subjetivas a la hora de hacer valoraciones sobre procedimientos sobre el derecho penal. Incluso permítanme, para otra cuestión subjetiva, estamos hablando en el título del informe que se condena a los políticos por su derecho a expresión. ¿Qué Estado debe ser el Estado español que manda a una representante del independentismo catalán a representar en nombre de España su opinión política libremente en el propio Consejo de Europa? ¿Qué escasez de argumentación debe tener el fallar a la libertad de expresión cuando lo estamos viendo que puede expresarse libremente en el propio Consejo de Europa aquellos que denuncian la falta de libertad de expresión?
Merci, Monsieur Guterres, donc l'autre. Quelqu'un demande la parole contre cet amendement? Non, personne. Personne ne demande. Quel a été l'avis de la Commission pour cet amendement numéro 13?
Rejected by a large majority.
Donc nous n'avions personne qui avait voté, qui a demandé la parole contre cet amendement, mais c'est un amendement qui a été rejeté à la grande majorité. Nous allons quand même procéder au vote sur l'amendement. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Quel est le résultat? L'amendement numéro 13 a été rejeté. L'amendement numéro 14, je ne sais plus là au niveau des 9 et des... D'accord. Donc, si l'amendement numéro 14 est adopté, ce seront les amendements 9 et 17 qui tombent, mais ils viennent après. Donc, la parole pour l'amendement 14 est à Monsieur Gutiérrez, celui qui est en visio, j'imagine, pour soutenir l'amendement numéro 14. Vous êtes en ligne, je vous laisse la parole.
Sí, gracias de nuevo, Presidenta. No podemos estar de acuerdo con el texto que pide que se suspenda la petición de extradición de aquellos fugados de la justicia española, porque no tiene nada que ver con lo que se pide, que es rebajar las penas, sino que se pide directamente que la justicia no cumpla con su papel constitucional. El propio ponente ha afirmado que se han cometido delitos, lo que pasa que dice que son penas excesivas. En su propia argumentación, lo que no puede decir al mismo tiempo es criticar que se han cometido a su juicio penas excesivas y al mismo tiempo pedir que la justicia mire para otro lado por delitos que el propio ponente está reconociendo que se han cometido. Lo que está diciendo el señor ponente, en definitiva, está hablando de injerencia, pidiendo una amnistía que en todo caso no debería ser objeto de este debate en el Consejo de Europa, sino respetar el propio Estado democrático de derecho, la propia autonomía política de un Estado democrático como es el Estado español.
Merci, messieurs. Quelqu'un demande-t-il la parole contre cet amendement? Monsieur Cox.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I think we should stick to the original text that is developed in a very wise way. Perhaps we can improve it in a later amendment, but this amendment should really not be carried, as the committee also agreed that we should not do so.
Quel est l'avis de la Commission?
I was just about to say rejected by a large majority.
Très bien, nous allons procéder au vote sur l'amendement. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Quel est le résultat? L'amendement numéro 14 n'est pas adopté. Nous passons donc à l'amendement numéro 9. La parole est à Madame Martinez-Ferro pour soutenir l'amendement numéro 9. Non? Monsieur Hispan?
En esta enmienda lo que rechazamos es que se pueda dar ningún tipo de perdón presidencial a políticos que han sido condenados por grandes delitos, que además han dicho que lo volverán a hacer, es decir, han declarado que lo volverán a hacer, han dicho que no se arrepienten de nada, que lo volverán a hacer y además con los informes en contra tanto del Tribunal Supremo de España como de la Fiscalía. Es decir, se propone dar un perdón a los políticos condenados en contra de la legalidad, en contra de su voluntad, porque no lo han pedido, en contra del sentido común y, además, poniendo en grave riesgo la estabilidad institucional y legal de España, porque han dicho que lo volverán a hacer. Muchas gracias. Por eso pedimos que se apruebe la enmienda número 9.
Donc là, vous rejetez l'amendement. Oui. Pardon, c'est la traductrice qui s'est trompée. Donc là, vous approuvez l'amendement. Quelqu'un contre cet amendement, Monsieur Cox?
Pour les mêmes raisons que j'ai dit en avant, il faut voter contre cet amendement. I do not think that is an improvement of the original text. Thank you very much.
Avis de la Commission.
Committee rejected the amendment by a large majority.
Nous allons procéder au vote. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage. L'amendement du numéro 9 n'est pas adopté, il a été rejeté. Nous passons de fait à l'amendement numéro 17. La parole est à Madame Castel pour soutenir cet amendement.
Merci, Madam Chair. We want to insert the word amnesty explicitly. We understand that it is implicitly in the text, but we would like explicitly, because pardons do not erase criminal offense, nor the criminal records. A pardon forgives the sentence, but the amnesty forgives the crime. And the pro-independent supported have been targeted with 105 criminal cases, bails worth millions issued by the audit courts, and exiles cannot return. So the pardon only helps the 9 in jail. A pardon also is partial. The leaders will not be able to run for public office, and they will be silenced. And pardons are subject to appeal and challenge. For all the above, amnesty should be considered as possible solution in the text and thus proposed by the Assembly. Thank you very much.
Quelqu'un pour Monsieur Hispan ou c'est égal? Ah, il s'est levé. Vous vouliez parler? Vous vous arrangez? Un à la fois.
Ahora, now. Lo que hemos visto ha sido un ejemplo de fake news. No hay ese número de presos en España. Todos los presos que hay en las cárceles han sido sometidos a juicios justos con tribunales independientes y la amnistía está prohibida en cualquiera de nuestros ordenamientos judiciales. Cualquier perdón presidencial tiene que seguir la normativa, tiene que seguir la ley, tiene que ser pedido por el condenado y tiene además el condenado o la condenada que pedir perdón por el delito. Muchas gracias.
Monsieur a parlé, je suis désolée, c'est un à la fois, parce que sinon, si on commence à faire 2 fois, puis 1 fois, puis 2 fois, je ne peux pas. Mais j'imagine que vous étiez contre l'amendement, tout comme Monsieur Hispan. Désolée, ce n'est pas possible, je ne peux pas déroger. Il faut s'entendre entre vous. Moi, je ne fais que présider la séance et en ce sens, je suis obligée d'être très réglo. Je suis désolée, mais c'est un pour, un contre et avis de la Commission dans la foulée.
Yeah, the committee rejected the amendment by a large majority.
Nous allons maintenant procéder au vote sur cet amendement. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage des résultats. L'amendement 17 n'a pas été adopté. Pour l'amendement 10, qui c'est qui souhaite prendre la parole pour le soutenir? Monsieur Hispan.
De nuevo volvemos a la cuestión de los perdones y de los perdones presidenciales. En esta enmienda lo que se establece es que los delitos de corrupción y en la sentencia que condenó a los que promovieron esos actos ilegales el 1 de octubre, a pesar de que lo niega el Rapporteur, a pesar de que borra de la sentencia todo lo que tiene que ver con el despilfarro de dinero, el uso de dinero público en contra de lo que está previsto, la Comisión Greco de esta Asamblea rechaza cualquier tipo de perdón presidencial, de privilegio para políticos que han sido condenados por prevaricación, por corrupción y por cualquier tipo de delito que tenga que ver con el despilfarro de dinero público. Esto fue lo que sucedió el 1 de octubre, esto es por lo que han sido condenados estos políticos y por ello pedimos que se acepte esta enmienda número 10. Muchas gracias.
Monsieur SZIJJÁRTÓ, contre, j'imagine.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Again, I would like to stress that these politicians were not convicted for corruption. They were not accused in corruption, and the verdict do not mention corruption at all. So this amendment is simply irrelevant. And with regard to embezzlement, you can find this in the report, but exactly amount of loss is not mentioned in the verdict. Yes, embezzlement is criminally punishable in every Council of Europe member states, but in these states, usually when court judges someone and makes a verdict, so it exactly indicates how much money have been embezzled, and this is not the case with this judgment. So I believe that this is simply irrelevant and factually wrong. This is why I'm against this amendment. Thank you.
L'avis de la Commission.
Thank you. The committee rejected the amendment by a simple majority. Let me make the distinction, by a simple majority.
D'accord, nous allons donc procéder au vote sur cet amendement. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Donc, j'ai quand même vérifié, c'est bon pour à distance. Le scrutin est clos. On va voir le résultat. L'amendement numéro 10 n'est pas adopté. L'amendement numéro 15. Qui c'est qui en parle? Est-ce que c'est à distance, Monsieur Guterres, ou quelqu'un d'autre? Oui. Demandez la parole, on vous la donne. Voilà, merci.
Sí, gracias, Presidenta. Tres consideraciones. La primera es que no podemos intrometernos en los procesos judiciales abiertos por los Estados miembros. El Consejo de Europa no tiene esa función. Se pide que no se juzgue a personas que están siendo investigadas por parte de las autoridades judiciales. La segunda cuestión es que, en definitiva, acabamos de aprobar una enmienda que rechaza las amnistías y con algo parecido, con algo más de filosofía, lo que pide hoy el ponente es prácticamente una amnistía, es decir, que a las personas que están siendo juzgadas se les deje de juzgar en una intromisión sin precedentes. Y por último, decir que en España no se condena a nadie por acciones simbólicas. Lo dice en la resolución del Tribunal Europeo de Derechos Humanos de 28 de mayo de 2019, que rechaza por unanimidad la demanda de los independentistas, diciendo que no se condena por libertad de expresión o por libertad de asociación. Por lo tanto, creemos que esta enmienda debe ser rechazada.
Quelqu'un souhaite, Monsieur Cox, contre l'amendement?
Thank you, Madam President. We just adopted a call to the authorities to consider pardoning or any other measure with regard to those who were involved. And it doesn't make sense to sanction those who are going to give follow-up to this, because that would be quite unequal, I think. And therefore, I hope that the Assembly will not accept this amendment. Thank you very much.
La Commission.
The Commission rejected the amendment by simple majority.
Très bien, nous allons procéder au vote sur l'amendement numéro 15. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage des résultats. L'amendement numéro 15 n'est pas adopté. L'amendement numéro 11, qui veut le soutenir? Monsieur Hispan, à vous.
Señora presidenta, lo que propone el texto de Mr. Šiljević es increíble. Es decir, que una asamblea política pida a unos tribunales independientes que dejen de perseguir delitos. Eso puede pasar en países dictatoriales, totalitarios, pero nunca en una democracia. España es una democracia consolidada, sus tribunales son independientes, su fiscalía tiene una fiscalía. Todos los perseguidos por la justicia tienen todos sus derechos, su derecho a la defensa, y que una asamblea política, que un reporter pida que haya privilegios para políticos porque son alineados ideológicamente con él, y que se excluya la persecución de los delitos, cuando además son delitos, entre otros, de corrupción, es absolutamente increíble. Pero bueno, es lo que es este informe. Muchas gracias.
Monsieur Cox, contre cet amendement?
I think, Madam President, it is not incroyable, but it's a proposal. We make a call in the resolution to the authorities in Spain. We do not interfere in the trial. We call to the authorities who are able to drop these cases. That is the call that is made, and I think that's fully in line with the tone and the form of the resolution. So I propose not to accept this amendment. Thank you very much.
L'avis de la Commission?
The committee rejected the amendment by a simple majority.
Très bien, nous allons donc procéder au vote sur l'amendement numéro 11. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. C'est bon ? Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage des résultats. L'amendement numéro 11 n'est pas adopté. Pour l'amendement numéro 12, qui souhaite le soutenir? Monsieur Hispan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last thing what's happened lo que ocurrió también en Cataluña en esos tiempos oscuros para Europa fue una persecución atroz a las minorías. Y esta es una asamblea que protege especialmente a las minorías. En Cataluña había una minoría no nacionalista, no independentista. Desde la extrema izquierda hasta los conservadores hay no independentistas. Esa minoría fue perseguida, sus derechos políticos fueron pisoteados, sus derechos en el Parlamento fueron silenciados para imponer una doctrina totalitaria. Eso ocurrió en los días 6 y 7 de septiembre, en una de las horas más oscuras para Europa. Y eso es lo que pedimos reconocer también en esta enmienda, que los derechos de las minorías que el señor Šiljević se ha negado a defender, se ha negado a amparar y se ha negado a reconocer, fueron pisoteados, y esta es una asamblea que defiende especialmente los derechos de las minorías. Muchas gracias.
Quelqu'un contre cet amendement? Monsieur Šiljević.
Yes, thank you. I prepared 6 reports about the rights of minorities for this assembly, and the resolutions were adopted within the last 20 years. So I used to be before politics, minority rights activist, and I defended the minorities. But I don't know what is political minority. We don't have any documents about the rights of political minorities. I belong to opposition and to political minority in my parliament, and of course, very often the parliament takes the decisions which I don't like and contrary to my position and position of my party. But I don't know how to protect it and what kind of Council of Europe instruments can be applicable to defend me as a political minority. So this is a report from the Legal Affairs Committee, so it must be legally very clear what we are saying. And in this case, it's legally absolutely unclear, so I am against.
La Commission.
Rejected by a large majority.
Nous allons donc procéder au vote sur l'amendement numéro 12. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. OK. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage des résultats. L'amendement numéro 12 n'est pas adopté. Nous en avons encore deux. Donc là, il s'agit de soutenir l'amendement numéro 18. Qui est là pour le soutenir ? Pardon, Madame Castel.
Merci, Madame President. What we suggest here is to return to the rapporteur's original text, so to include a rich compromise that enables Spain, a strong European democracy, to settle political differences, including on sensitive issues. We believe it makes sense and is in accordance with the literature throughout the report. It favors the dialogue, including on sensitive issues. So we don't think it is a compromised demand at all. On the contrary, dialogue should be precisely the path to settle political differences among politicians and arrive to a constructive consensus. Thank you very much.
Monsieur Espinosa, c'est à vous pour être contre cet amendement.
Spain is indeed one of the oldest nations in Europe, and one of the nations where the rule of law has historically been of the utmost importance. Defending the rule of law and the separation of powers is no mere whim. It constitutes a guarantee of human rights, and it constitutes the very raison d'être that has always been of the Council of Europe. The foundations of its existence and the reason why all of us, fellow members of the Parliament, of the Assembly, are here today. Recognizing Spain as a historical nation-state and protecting the state based on the rule of law is simple, and it is clearly incompatible with the legitimization of any public powers outside the boundaries of the law and the questioning of decisions of other judicial authorities. There can be no greater aberration than that of using the Council of Europe to attack the nation-state based on implementing the rule of law. And that is precisely what supporting this amendment would achieve. Thank you.
Merci. L'avis de la Commission, s'il vous plaît.
The committee approved the amendment by a large majority.
Très bien. Nous allons donc procéder au vote sur l'amendement numéro 18. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage des résultats. L'amendement numéro 18 a été adopté. Alors, le dernier amendement, en fait, est un amendement qui est adopté à l'unanimité, qui est donc l'amendement numéro 8. C'est pourquoi nous n'aurons pas besoin de faire de scrutin, comme il en avait été décidé. Nous allons maintenant procéder au vote sur le projet de résolution contenu dans le document 15-307 amendé. Les membres présents voteront en se servant du système de vote de l'hémicycle et les membres participant à distance se serviront du système de vote à distance. Voilà, tout le monde est prêt. Le scrutin est ouvert dans l'hémicycle et à distance. Le scrutin est clos. Je demande l'affichage du résultat. Le projet de résolution contenu dans le document 15-307 ainsi amendé a été adopté. Je vous remercie pour cette longue journée de travail. La prochaine séance publique aura lieu demain matin à 9 h. Merci à vous et merci aux interprètes.
Merci à vous, Madame la Présidente.